Welcome to our 29th Satsang here at the Kriya Yoga School for today, January 15th, 2025. I'm here with our Kriya Yoga School member, Veronica. How you doing today, Veronica?
What?
Namaste.
Namaste. Wonderful. Happy to be here.
Outstanding. How is 2025 treating you this year?
It's been I don't know, there's been some stress, but I feel happy. I don't know, even though there's, stuff going on, I still feel happy, which is weird, but yeah, I just take it as it comes. But yeah, it's been a
Stay happy
challenge.
always.
Yeah. I'm just like, okay,
In
this is what we're doing today.
yoga, they say, no matter if it's the end of the world, let nothing shake your samadhi. So always stay happy. The world is always going to be crazy outside. Just go to your happy place inside you and don't let it affect you. Just get your popcorn and watch the movie as a detached witness. That would be my
Yeah.
best advice. But it's difficult. The distractions are many, and it's a war zone out there in the external Maya delusional world. So you always got to have your
Yeah.
shield up, your kavachum, and just be the light in the darkness. But there's a lot of darkness out there, and they're
There is.
constantly attacking your consciousness. So every day is a test as a yogi. That's what they say.
Yeah. I don't know, something interesting. Well, I don't know if it's interesting, but coming home from work the other day, I felt like this sharp shooting pain in my knee, and I was
Mm.
driving. It was the leg that pushes down the gas pedal, and I just didn't think about it. I just started rubbing with one hand the knee that was hurting. I don't know. It was like pain that was like you just want to roll your eyes back. It was just like shooting, throbbing pain. So I just started
Mm.
rubbing my knee and then holding the other hand with the steering wheel and just kept rubbing it and talking nicely to my knee. Like, I love you. You're such a strong knee. You've helped
Mm.
me. And like 15 minutes later, the pain was gone. But I just created enough heat in my knee that it just went away. But I don't know. I feel like just talking to my knee, like I felt like my knee was like another consciousness and just saying loving thoughts to it and just the heat of my hand. So I don't know. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, like we talked before, like our body is mostly water. So if you talk nice to water, it makes nice, beautiful shapes. If you talk bad to water, it makes ugly shapes. So talking to your body and uplifting it and speaking nice to it, like
Yeah.
I know you're going through it right now, but we appreciate you, and I don't take you for granted. So I know you've carried my body for a long time. So I'm showing you some love. I need your help right now.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if like our body is like it's like its own separate consciousness, or maybe like you said, it's just that our body is like mostly waters and that holds memory. But I kind of wonder if that's like its own separate consciousness.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me if different parts of our body have different consciousness, and it becomes one collective conscious in your whole physical body. So, but each cell of our body is its own little planet, and it sometimes
Yeah.
needs some love and some positive vibrations to get you through the day.
Yeah.
Some planets are more harmonious than other planets, so when you speak harmonious, like I don't forgot about you, I still got love for you over here. Don't turn black, turn white. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
We need all our planets to be in harmonious and aligned. No
yeah.
wars, no fighting, no resistance, obstacles. So when you
Yeah.
uplift your body collectively, then it all the planets align, as they say. All your chakras align. So all your chakras, even the
Yeah.
lower
No
chakras,
big.
need love. So you know. The
Yeah. I was
snake, the
thinking.
kundalini needs to
Yeah.
wake up from the bottom, not from the top, So you gotta go through the bottom chakras to get to the top chakras.
Yeah. No shortcuts. Yeah, and I was thinking
Yeah.
about it, like, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, no shortcuts.
Yeah. Like, I feel like I have like the perfect body for like the career that I've done my whole life, like cooking. I have a
Mm.
really strong body, so I'm grateful for that. So I was just thinking, like, just like I should be grateful for the body that I have and everything that it's done for me so much, in my life for so long. And I don't know, I am like 52, 53. I'm getting older and it's starting to wear down, but I don't know, I'm grateful for what it's done for me all these years. So, yeah, I have a perfect body. So, yeah, I just think I need to keep talking to my body and it's yeah, it served me well. And I don't know, I'm really strong for the I work like a man. So I was thinking, I wonder if like, like being strong is like a CD power and I didn't even realize it. I don't know, like human strength, or I don't know, maybe that's just what the body I needed to be born with to do what I'm doing in my life. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, you would be surprised like what you can do when you really surrender to it and you really focus on it. I didn't think I could climb the Himalayan mountains. I didn't think I could sleep in a cave. I never thought I was going to be a Kriya yogi. So it's amazing once you surrender to the path kind of takes care of itself. And it kind of, I feel like Babaji is carrying me like a baby up the Himalayan mountains, you know?
Yeah.
So once you just kind of give yourself to the process, then the process takes care of itself. So that's kind of how I feel. So yeah, if you have a job that's strenuous, you'd be surprised at what you could do when you put your mind to it. Like, like normally other people wouldn't be able to do this, but I just surrender to the process and the process takes me through it. So job like men do, if women just surrender to the process, they could do anything. So
Yeah.
in yoga, we see our yoginis the same way we see our yogis as equals. So like they're probably higher up they're probably more enlightened than we are.
Oh,
So they mostly stay in the background like Mataji or Ananda Mai, but like they're way more pointers and they're way more uplifted than we are, and they have that feminine divine mother energy, which is beautiful. We have that masculine divine father kind of energy, which is kind of weird.
we need
It's
both.
more powerful. Yeah. Yeah, we need both, definitely. So, yeah,
Yeah.
you need to balance the masculine with the feminine. That's how it comes together. So, too much too much masculine and not enough feminine, you're not in balance. You're out of balance. So, you need both. You need Shiva and Shakti to balance your nadis and balance your chakras. So, too much Shiva and not enough Shakti is out of balance. So you always want to keep that balance.
Yeah, I'm not as strong as a man, but I can hold my own. But I do know my limits, and I'll ask for help if I need it. So yeah, we need both.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, and like, just like yeah, you're right. It's like what you'd be surprised what you can do. Like I'll spend like a long time in the freezer just organizing things in just a t-shirt and or just a regular shirt, and people are like, "How can you be in this freezer for so long?" And I just don't even think about it. But it is amazing what the human body can do if you I don't know, I don't know, wait, if you focus, put your focus and attention to it. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
if you just surrender to the process, like I don't know how any of this happened in my life, like how I got on this Kriya yoga path. I just surrendered to it and I didn't really think about it. I came to a point where I stopped questioning why and I just started doing. I just started
Yeah.
being. So like I don't really need to know how the car works or how the engine works, or I just know it takes me where I need to go. So that's the way I look at Kriya yoga. It's just taking me where I need to go on the spiritual path. How
Yeah.
and why? I don't know how and why, it just does. So I surrender to the process. In the beginning, I used to question a lot. Why me?
Why?
Why this? Why that? And then I just came to a point where I just kind of surrendered to it. I said, All right, if that's what it is, then let's go full force and see where this takes us. So,
Yeah. Yeah, like everybody's searching for their purpose, like, what's my purpose? Maybe our purpose is just moment to moment. Like right now, my purpose is doing the Satsang with you and having the best conversation I can. Whatever needs to come out will come out. And I don't know, like my purpose is being the best person I can be in every moment. I don't know, and like sometimes I think my purpose is to you know, help lift consciousness, but that's a crazy purpose. I don't know. I think it just like be moment to moment and help the people in my surroundings. So yeah, and, I don't know. I don't think, maybe it just we need to simplify things. We think we all have to have this big, huge purpose. Maybe our purpose is just being in the moment. So I don't know. That's what I'm
yeah,
thinking.
yeah, that's well put. Like if you just live in the present moment and take it as it comes, that's probably, in my opinion, the best way to. Because if you really, nothing really happens the way you want it to happen. It kind of happens the way it happens. So you got to be able to adjust and pivot and change course, and say, well, that didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to work out. So I'm going to change course. I'm going to change directions and
Yeah.
see where this takes us.
Yeah.
Namaste, Paul.
Namaste, Paul.
Namaste. What didn't work out?
What didn't work out,
No,
Paul?
we were just talking about like is it better to stay in the present moment or so I was just saying like a lot of things on my path like Patanjali says the line to God is not a straight path, it's a zigzag. So I was saying sometimes I reflect, I self-observe myself and I say, well, that didn't quite work, so I'm going to change course, I'm going to change directions and see where this takes me. So a lot of
Mm.
yogis they're stuck on their path and they don't want to adjust. But me, I try to be flexible like
Yeah.
water. I kind of adjust around the path. Like
Yeah.
all right, well that didn't quite work out today, but tomorrow's the new day, and I'm gonna learn from my mistakes. What did my guru used to say? Lessons are blessings. So, so whatever lesson I learn from it, and I try to grow from there and try to be better tomorrow. So adjusting and pivoting on the fly. Like, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow in this crazy world out there? It's ever changing. So you just got to adjust with it the way it comes.
Yeah. You got to pivot.
That's a
Yeah.
fact.
So what's happening with you, Paul? Anything new?
Well, I did have an interesting conversation in the shop today. I've mentioned before, like I get all these old vets coming in, and various people. So sometimes they're awake or whatever. They know everything I know about or everything I think I know, because I know nothing in reality. But as far as all the conspiracy theories and things like that. But anyway, so we started talking, and he told me, so he was in the Navy. Actually, he worked on aircraft and stuff. But we started talking about going down all the rabbit holes, and so he told me he knew a guy that he personally talked to that told him personally that he had worked at Area 51 and had seen like some bodies of extraterrestrials and stuff. So, and also he showed me he had taken some footage of like a drone here in Texas. He said he called
Yeah.
it a drone. I don't know what it was, but I saw some lights on his pictures. But so he showed me that as well. But so yeah, that was fun. He stayed there
Yeah.
the whole time while I did his job. It was like an hour and a half, and we just talked about all the weird stuff, and so it was enjoyable.
Yeah, it's nice to have those conversations every once in a while.
Yeah, because like the things I like to talk about, I can't really talk about with your average person. They'll be
Yeah.
like, "Are you crazy?" Do you ever run across any people like that? Like, I try to feel them out a little bit, by saying, just one little random question, and depending on what they say about it,
Yeah.
that kind of tells me if they're like open-minded or not.
Yeah, you feel like, "You're my people." I don't know, yeah, it's nice when you meet those people, they get you and relate to you.
Yeah,
You're both vibing on the same.
right. So I did
Um,
watch the class, and there was something about there were some topics I wanted to discuss.
yeah,
One of them was like the seated position. I heard Brian telling about how his legs didn't hurt anymore, and how Vedaguru Dev can sit there for 5 hours, um, without any problems. So I was just wondering, because what I have is a little, I'll get it. It's a little cushion. It's like filled with buckwheat holes, so it's very like
Mm.
flexible. So I sit on that. Yeah, this here. It's just like a
Yeah.
round thing. It's full of buckwheat holes. It's very, it's like a beanbag kind of type deal. So I sit on that, and so it makes it more comfortable. I can stay for much longer versus just sitting flat on my butt on the mat, and with my legs a little bit in the downward position. So is that what you use as well, Vedaguru Dev? And I was curious if
Yeah.
Brian used something like that, but we can ask him when
I'm
he.
I'm not sure what Brian uses, but yeah, I use the same thing. It's like a meditation cushion. See right here?
Yeah.
That it has like buckwheat in it too, same like
Okay.
yours. So yeah, that's what I use,
oh,
and it's good to. It kind of brings your legs up in a position like this, so you could sit upright better, and it kind of straightens your spine also.
Sorry, I've got a call. I'll be right back.
okay.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, actually, I was actually curious about your meditation pillow, if it is more comfortable to have that extra pillow on top. I don't know if that it seems like it makes a difference for you to have
Yeah, it
that.
makes a difference because it kind of pushes your body forward and kind of helps you to align your spine. You're not kind of like leaning back. You're kind of forced to kind of lean forward, and it kind of adjusts to your butt or your tailbone, so it
Yeah.
kind of forms around your tailbone.
Let me think. What have I been thinking about? Like,
Eh,
oh, go ahead.
If anybody has any questions, put them in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I should
You
put that
know.
up there if somebody's watching. I forgot to put that banner up. Let me see. Here's something I've been thinking about. I can't believe that I agreed to reincarnate here. I don't know, but sometimes I look at my life, I'm like, I can't believe that I made a choice to reincarnate here, and that there's a waiting list to come here. But then I think maybe this is a great place and it is hard. Maybe that's the fastest way to to work on my karma. That's why this world is set up the way it is and why it's so hard, because that's, you know, that, and maybe being here doesn't, I've heard that Earth years aren't, it's just like a blip. But I don't know. Do you think that we agreed to come here?
Well, what my intuition kind of tells me that, or what they say is, on the astral plane in peace and harmony, it's kind of boring. So you you're kind of looked at as a hero because you go to this lower vibrating realm and try to grow your soul and find your way back on the path. So that would be my kind of intuition, what kind of happens. So like, but like I always say, I've had enough of this physical realm.
Yes.
You know, I've seen enough. Like,
Yeah.
I know I'm trying to upgrade my soul, but man, it's a war zone out here. Like, it's constant
Yeah.
attacks on your consciousness. Like, like, but I kind of feel like ascended masters and people in the astral plane kind of look at you as doing the real work on the front line work. Like, so I kind of find, like you, I kind of find it hard to believe that I would want to leave that realm of peace
Yeah.
and harmony and come back to this crazy war zone I'm in right now.
Yeah, because I
But
have days I'm like, did I agree to this?
yeah, like they say, every day as a yogi is a test. Like, there's some days that are just like, I'm going back to bed. I can't. This is too much for me.
Yeah.
Like,
Right, I don't know.
the pieces of the puzzle are not aligning today, so I'm gonna call it a day and I'm gonna just go to sleep. But yeah, other days they're blissful beginning to end. So it's kind of a roller coaster. It's kind of up and down. Like I said, it's a zigzag more than a straight line. So who I say, I always wake up and say to Baba G, all right, how you gonna surprise me today? And when I go outside my house, I'm like, they're out here. They're driving every crazy which way, and
Yeah.
my head's got to be on the swivel. Where you at? Where you at? I know you're around here. You're out here. So like, every day is a test. You got to kind of take a deep breath. Like, all right, let's get out there. They're coming, you know. But if
Yeah.
you kind of have that mindset and that perspective, like you see the beauty in the world, not the craziness, it you enjoy it more, right? And you kind of laugh at the craziness like it is, like a comedy show. Like, ah, these crazy monkeys are still throwing poop on each other. Like,
Yeah.
oh boy, and in Thailand they're driving every which way, like they're driving the wrong way. A motorcycle, millions. So like, all right, well, I know they're out here. If I think it's going to be perfect and everybody's going to drive in a straight line, then I'm living in Maya myself. So once you kind of change that mindset and perspective, you're like, oh boy, here it comes, like.
Yeah. I don't like today at work. It's like everybody's running around like first thing in the morning, just like with their heads cut off. And it's just like I was kind of looking at everybody, like it was like just a beautiful scene I was seeing. People were running around doing this and that. So I'm starting to like looking at it detached. Like all the chaos is beautiful. So maybe all the crazy
Yeah.
motorcycle drivers maybe look at it as something like a beautiful dance. You're just like, I
True.
just don't want you to hit my car. But yeah.
When I used to work at the nightclub, I used to look at it that way. Like, this is kind of beautiful chaos. There's 10 million stories. Everybody has a different little story. So it's like beautiful chaos. And I just got a bird's eye view of it all, like looking, so like, what's going on today,
That's how
So
God
it's like,
looks at it.
yeah, pretty much, looking at what's Vedguru Dev doing today,
He's trying to get from point A to point B. I'm like, oh.
He's just trying to get out of bed.
The saga continues.
Yeah, I've thought of that myself. It's like we're each our own little consciousness bubbles, and our awareness just extends like as far as our senses go, from what we can hear, what we can see around us. And then we're in a shared kind of reality that's like the collective consciousness, I guess. And yeah, it's weird the way that we're, only we know what we're thinking. It's like we're our own little consciousness bubble. So
and us coming here feels like a consciousness bubble. I feel like these satsangs are like an alternate reality. It's like, I don't know, people can watch us now, but it does feel like another bubble that we're in.
Right. But right now we're like
Yeah.
merged, like the three of us are like all in one little consciousness bubble.
Yeah.
We can see each
Yeah.
other talk, and but once you leave here, who knows what Veronica's doing, and who
Yeah.
knows what Vedaguru Deb's doing, you know, in their own
Yeah.
worlds, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really
Yeah, I like to
crazy.
think of our school and the Satsang as a sanctuary, a walled garden, like
Yeah.
whew, I can talk to like-minded people. I can talk to people who understand the path. Because when you talk to people outside of our community, it's like talking to a brick wall. Like, you know, so it's
Yeah.
good to uplift each other and have like-minded conversations with like-minded people in our Kriya yoga school and our satsang and our class and everything. So yeah, in our community. So it's great.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I feel like I'm more my true self here. Because there's like out in the outside world, I can only share certain parts of myself. It's like only certain things people can handle. It's like what can they handle? What who do I need to be with this person?
Veronica, I think your microphone cut out. Like
Can you hear me?
I
Oh, let's see.
I think it's using your computer microphone, not your Bluetooth microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
I
could hear you
can.
better now. Yeah. It was a little muffled for a second, but it's okay.
I don't know these
Okay,
headphones.
yeah,
They're
it's
too
okay.
big for my ear, and they keep popping out. So I'll keep
Oh,
them in.
oh yeah, no problem.
So
Yeah, it's better now.
okay.
But yeah, on the topic of sound, I do notice like when you hit the singing bowl, I think it's some like frequency that microphone can't handle. Because I noticed that before, I'd see you hit it, and then I'd hear it for just a second, and then all of a sudden it will cut off. Like, you know, when I know it's
Yeah,
ringing, you know, on and on, like just like mine does. But yeah, that's weird. I think that's some type of technical problem with the microphone.
yeah, I talked to Veronica about that. So on StreamYard, they had cut out the background noise. So it thinks
Mm.
it's like background hum, so it cuts it out. So the
Okay.
last the Agni I did, I actually held it up to the microphone and rang it because when I hold it down here, it thinks like it's wind or background noise, so it cuts it out. So that's
I did
why I've
hear
been
it.
trying to hold it up.
I heard it a lot better on this last Yagna, but it still cut off. Like it went for a little while longer and then it cut off, you know. But I could still see you holding it like it's still ringing, you know.
Yeah,
So it was better, but you know, still,
that's what I thought. But
yeah.
I guess that's the
Yeah,
trick to hold it up.
it's a work in progress. When I ring it, I gotta hold it up. But like the last ring of it, last vibration, it
Yeah.
cuts it off. It thinks it's like wind or some kind of background noise.
Yeah, the conch you heard this time too. So yeah, I thought it was a really
The,
good one.
oh
And the
yeah,
fire went away.
The last Yagna. It was when was that? Monday. We did the last Yagna. So yeah, this was a good one. You were able to watch the last Yagna fire we did, Paul?
Yes.
Okay, great.
It was, yeah, I enjoyed it. And that's how I made the, you know, just a kind of funny comment, you know, that you're already enlightened because you have no more questions, you know. I thought of that
I
Oh
story
yeah.
still have a ways
before.
to go.
So, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm still a house under construction always. I don't know if I've reached a lighting point, but yeah, yeah.
when you have no more questions, right?
No more questions, but I
I don't know.
guess I got a few questions.
Yeah.
I don't know. I try to think of questions that Guru Dev hasn't gotten before, but it's getting harder. Try to keep it interesting.
True. So I've got one anyway, like, you know,
Yeah.
I like to think about some of these topics, like we were talking about the soul trap, and this is kind of on that scale, but like, what do you think happens to us in your opinion? And have you asked this question to your guru? Like, because that's the question on everyone. What happens to you when you die? Like, so like, in my opinion of it is, yes, this is like a school, and it's just like like we do have guides, and you're greeted, by probably some loved ones or guides, and you go through the tunnel of light, and you get the life review, and then you get to like a place of, where you can rest if you've had like a lot of trauma, you know, like a paradise basically, where you're yeah, you're in paradise, and but eventually, after you're rested, you'll get back with your guides, and they'll say, okay, well, you accomplished this and that in that life, but you were kind of, you didn't really make that goal, and so they will help you plan out a life, and you'll pick it out. You'll pick your parents, you'll pick some of your soul tribe members that might want to go with you and be somebody. They might have been your wife in one life, they might be your daughter in the next one, never know, or your mom. But so yeah, I think that happens, and then you reincarnate, unless you've reached that level where all your earthly lessons are learned, in which case you will move on to a higher, dimensional, where they don't have all the war and crap like that we have to deal with here. And yeah, just like something like this, but a lot better, and non-violent, and where it's just more enjoyable. And yeah, you just keep going up and up and up until like you reach the point where you either decide to merge back with God, or to remain as a individualized consciousness that can come back and help or do whatever. If you still have stuff to do, then no reason to merge back. But I think that's your decision ultimately, at the very highest level. But so that's kind of just what I think happens. So in a sense, we do have to come back, but it's like, just like you have to go back to school, and keep going on through the school. So yeah, I think of it that way. So what is your concept of that, Vedaguru Dev?
I said that sounds pretty good to me. Before you came on, me and Veronica were talking about this, but yeah. I would say like when you reach like the astral plane, or you reach whatever they call heaven, you kind of, in my perception or my intuition, like you said, you rest your body, you kind of recharge your light body, and I like what you said. You go before your soul guides and say, oh, all right, that was a rough one. And I was saying they kind of look at you like a hero, right? Like you're like boots on the ground. You're on the front line, right? Like, man, this guy is doing the work. Like, So I would say what you said before pretty much rings true to me. But I would hope to get off the hamster wheel one day. I guess Liz Cross said with Chad, I got a couple more to go, but I'm not looking forward to it because it's been a rough ride.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe, hopefully I don't. Hopefully I could pivot and change course and fast track it. She even said that too, like, you're trying to fast track it. I was like, absolutely, I'm trying to fast track. Like, I want to go join Babaji around the campfire. I've had enough of this astral plane, but yeah, I mean, this physical reality, this 3D reality, but we'll see. Whatever it is, I accept it wholeheartedly. If I gotta come back, or I can stay there, we'll see. Like, who knows?
That's making me think. I'm reading the Babaji book now. I've put down the Holy Science because I've read that like twice. It's a pretty small book, but it's just It's very interesting. I mean, I really love it, so that's why I read it twice. But
Yeah.
sometimes you have to just keep reading stuff and to let it penetrate. But reading the Babaji book, I read the story where Mataji asked Babaji was ready to go, and Mataji asked him not to, go yet. So I just read that story, and Lahiri Messiah is getting ready to teach Yogananda, I think. So
Mm.
yeah, it's interesting. I do enjoy. I just read maybe a couple pages or a chapter um, every day. So eventually I'll get to the end of it. If I don't lose interest, sometimes I'll lose interest in a book. It's just like I need something, more exciting or whatever. So I'll just put one down. I have a bad habit of that. I've got like 5 books laying around because I lost interest. but, um, but yeah, so like Mataji, we will ask you, don't leave us here, Vedaguru Dev, yet. We need you.
Well, I'm still here for a time, but who knows? Yeah. So if Mataji told Babaji, "Don't shed your physical body, be a pillar of light or a fountainhead for people on the spiritual path, like a good pointer," then I guess I'm nowhere close to Babaji, so I guess I'm gonna have to come back to. We all got to stay around. We all got to come back and help, So even if I'm not around the physical form, I'll be around in the invisible presence form. So I'll come back and help guide you the same way Babaji and all the ascended masters help me. They're
Good point.
they're not here in the physical form, but their presence is always around for guidance. So
True.
So I don't think that God's judging us or there's a council of elders. I think that well, when you go to this other reality, they'll just see what your vibration is, what your frequency is, and just you'll see where you're at. I think it's all based on your vibration. I don't think that when I think of God, God isn't judging us. It's just you are where you're at. And okay, well, I need some more work. I'm coming back to Earth because that's the fastest way to work on my karma. So I think that's why we keep having lives because we're not getting it. We keep making the same mistakes, or I don't know. That's what my intuition's saying, that it's all just based on your karma, and your karma is your intention. Like you do good things because of your intention, not because of what you get out of it. Like, I helped the old lady across the street, not because, my friend's videotaping it and it'll go on YouTube and I'll look like this great person. I did it because I wanted to help the old lady across the street. I think, I don't know. I think everything's based on vibration. I don't know. I don't really think that there's a council of elders. I don't know. That's what we've been told, but I think it's all based on vibration. And once you get to a certain level, you don't have to come back. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking, anyways. I
yeah,
don't think that.
it rings true to me also. Like yeah, because I don't know if you go before the council elders, what are they gonna say? When you were 10 years old, you ate a cheeseburger. Like, who
Yeah.
cares?
I don't know. And God, I don't feel like God's judging me. I don't know the God I
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. If God is pure, unconditional love and consciousness, like, why would they even judge you or anywhere? There should be no judgment, right? Even in Kriya Yoga on this 3D plane, we should have no judgment. Like, I don't look at other yogis and judge them. I say, that's great, more
Yeah.
power to them. So when you get on the higher realms, there should be no judgment. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Like, how can they judge you? They've overcome that judgment. They've upgraded from that judgment. These are lower 3D, how can I say, physical kind of emotions. If you're on the higher frequency, judgment and all guilt and anger and jealousy and all these lower frequencies shouldn't should be like trash to you, like ugh, you know?
Yeah.
Like I've already graduated from kindergarten. I'm in university now, so yeah. Like going
Along
back
those
to
lines,
kindergarten is like ugh.
yeah, what you were saying about God and how God is all love and non-judgmental. So I don't know if you've watched Chad's videos where he had the girl that's talking about Soul Trap on.
Yeah,
So
I did.
he's had her on twice.
Yeah.
And like the second one, I mean, almost everything she says is like very negative. It's like
Mm,
everyone is out to get you. Like we asked about and I asked Chad to ask her about this, and he did. And he didn't ask the exact same question, but I got the answer about the ascended masters, and she says they are also like archons, and they're just like they're those guys that like try to trick you into going through the light and stuff like that. There are no ascended masters, and that God doesn't care about us, something like that. So it was so depressing. I can't even finish this, and I'm not going to
mm,
care to watch the next one. But yeah, so didn't like what she really had to say, but um, so yeah, I was inspired to ask David Wilcock about the soul trap, which he agreed that he doesn't believe that's true.
mm,
And I do like David Wilcock, who also did channel Archangel Michael. So
mm,
that's where he gets a lot of his stuff. And he was supposed to be the reincarnation of Edgar Casey, who was also like a prophet and also like a healer. So, and they look just alike. If you ever seen the comparison, like their facial structures,
Yeah.
and I think that is I think that's true. Like you tend to like when you reincarnate, you kind of not exactly the same, but you look somewhat the same. Possibly. Um,
I don't know. Here's a crazy thought I had. There seems to be like this agenda that it's a soul trap, soul trick. What if these people are being tricked to think that it is a soul trap, but to come down and tell us that don't go to the white light because they could be tricked themselves, and they're being there's because they don't want people to ascend and come out of here. They think that they know what they're talking about, but they could be tricked themselves. I don't know. I think you have to like question it from all points of view. How do we know that they know what they're talking about?
right.
yeah, how could they be so sure? Like how could they know?
Yeah.
And what you begin to realize the more you do your sadhana, the more you do your yogic practices, that no one can really tell you how you should feel. You should trust your own soul. You shouldn't listen to anybody because they're trying to project their projections onto you, what they think is true. And they want you to regurgitate that and say it as true to you. Like I always say, if a tree falls in the woods and I didn't hear it, did it really fall? So if I don't even know what the soul trap is, it can't affect me because I don't know. And I yeah, like all that negativity and everything, it's trying to lower your frequency and get you into a fearful kind of frequency where you're easily tricked. So if you're in a lightened state and you don't care anything about the soul trap, it can't affect you. You're like, what is that? I don't watch horror movies, so it can't scare me. So it's the same thing. I don't engage in trap conversation because my soul can't be trapped. I'm a free bird. I don't want to be in a cage, or I don't want to even put a cage on my soul. I want it to be free, and I want it to shine, right? So, yeah. If you believe in a horror movie, you'll be in that horror movie. If you don't believe in a horror movie, you won't be in it, right? So I don't have any of these perceptions. I've never felt like my soul was trapped because I do all this sadhana and these yogic practices to let my soul shine, not be put in a cage or anything, right? and they try to scare you. You're easier controlled if you're in a state of fear, right? You could see it all around you. Like if you really step back from the TV and look at like mainstream news, they're always trying to get you in a state of fear, and they're always trying to tell you what you should think. Like, you're too stupid to think for yourself. We've done all the thinking for you. This is what you should think about the presidential candidate, or this is what you should think about the drones in the sky, or this is what you think. Just always connect with your soul, and your soul will never lie to you. So let your soul shine, and whatever horror movies these people are trying to write about and project, don't even engage in it. Be like your cat. Your cat's never heard of the soul trap. Your cat doesn't care about the soul trap.
Yeah.
So, so anytime there's a horror movie on TV, I just change the channel. I don't believe this. It doesn't resonate with me. It's like sticking my finger in the light socket watching American mainstream news. Yeah, oh my God, whatever, This is way too crazy for me, Like, what, like I said before, like, what are these lights in the sky over New Jersey? I don't know. Who knew? They still don't know. So isn't that what we pay you for, to know? No.
Pay you for nothing.
Yeah, nothing, right? Protect and serve, all that, right? So anyway, so you begin to see, like, you don't want no one's horror story becoming your horror story, if you know what I'm saying. So like, and I don't want this in my subconscious. I'm trying to clear out all the junk. I'm not trying to add more junk to my consciousness. So I'm trying to go down to my basement and clear out all the boxes and open the window and sweep all the dust out. I don't need more dust, so I'm throwing away junk. And you begin to realize, like what I said before, in the present moment, this doesn't serve you. So, like, this doesn't serve me in the present moment right now. Trash, trash, trash. Like if I go outside my house and I see some lights, it's in the present moment. Okay, that's something I had to deal with in the present moment. But they have all these faraway ghost stories about places you're never gonna go that happen. Who knows? So if you begin to start saying, how does this serve me in the present moment, you begin to start throwing away a lot of the junk. And, but sometimes you want to go down the rabbit hole and have some entertainment. Like, oh, what is P. Diddy doing with all this baby oil or whatever? I'm not really attached to it, but I got 10 minutes. I can, have some comedy in my life, I don't know, So I would just look at all this as a detached kind of witness. It's more for like entertainment purposes. What do they say when you go to the movies? Suspension of disbelief. Like you have to kind of take your intellectual mind out of it, right? Like if you think about it too much, it hurts your brain, right? Like, how would Hulk become green? He would drink this, and he got some radiation, and then. But if you have that suspension of disbelief, you could just enjoy, like, oh look, he's smashing things, so that's kind of how I look at it. So when I watch a movie, or I watch a movie the same way I look at the news or reality, so-called reality, is a suspension of disbelief. Like, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, along the lines of like the media and the stuff they, throw at us to lower our vibration and put us into a state of fear. Along that line, thinking about music. And we had that guy that came on. He was with the Hare Krishnas. I can't remember his name, but
Curtis.
Oh, Curtis, yeah.
Yeah, he said he was in a like heavy metal band, So, I've heard that that you have to be careful about what you listen to because the vibrations are, not good on some of this music. And I'm just wondering, like, why, like, he wasn't, like, repelled from that music once he kind of gotten some enlightenment. And it also, like, you could think about it as, if he enjoys that and he doesn't take it as being, like, that heavy metal, death metal kind of, I don't know what kind it is, but if he doesn't take it that way and it's just as an artist and he likes just making the sounds, it might not affect him. But yeah, I wanted to ask him that question, but what do you think about the music and everything like that?
I would say if you're on a lower frequency, it can affect you, but it's the same kind of thing. If you like me now at this point in my spiritual journey, like if I go to a concert and there's all these rappers there, it doesn't affect me. I kind of look at it like I just said, with suspension of disbelief. Like, none of this affects me. It's just a bunch of sounds. And even then, if you could just enjoy it and just be like, all right, I see the art in this. It's not really my thing, but okay. I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm here now, so let's and have a good time. So I would, if you get too much attached to the music, then it could affect you. But if you're not in the movie, it can't really affect you. Like I would just say, like I said, like a detached witness, kind of step back from the TV and just enjoy it. Like whatever comes in front of you, instead of judging it, you just, all right. I could see why some people like this, but I'm not affected by it. Like so that's kind of how I would say, you kind of step back from the TV and witness it as like a movie that you're not in. You're kind of detached from the movie, so
Do you
you're
still
not
like the
affected
same
by it.
types of music that you liked when you were doing DJ?
Uh, I like mixing the music and putting it together and making it into a nice kind of journey, like taking people on a ride musically. I would say it's more about that for me than the music. So I enjoy being creative and finding creative ways to put music together that people haven't heard before. So surprising people would be my way. But the music, I don't know. I kind of, like I said, I look at it like a detached kind of witness. Like, this is good for the people who are making these music, but I'm not attached to it. It's just some vibrations that maybe I could do put them together. Maybe I can't put them together. I don't know.
Yeah,
So
so
I still enjoy it. I enjoy the art, but I enjoy the art of all music. Like my father was a jazz musician, so when I ate dinner, I had to listen to all kinds of music. And when I was younger, I hated it, but the older I got, the more I had of appreciation for like jazz music, classical music, like what do you call it? Charlie Parker, John Coltrane, like and these classical pieces he introduced me to. So it really gave me a wider perspective of music. So I still enjoy music. I look at it more as the art than what they're saying, like if you ask me what they said in the Matrix and 15 minutes in, I wouldn't know, but I kind of enjoy the ride they take you on. So,
yeah, having grown up like in the 70s and 80s, I was like, the 80s rock, like Van Halen and AC/DC. And,
yeah,
I
I
would
like that
listen to
too.
like Black Sabbath and, all kinds of stuff. But
Yeah.
but now, I don't like the metal stuff anymore. I never really liked rap anyway, but just like a few, maybe a couple Eminem songs or something, but nothing really too much on rap. But yeah, I don't like to listen to that type of music anymore. And sometimes I just have the radio off. Well, most of the time now, I will just have the radio off and I'll just turn it on briefly, see if there's anything good, and then I'll just turn it back off. But it's nice to ride in silence, sometimes.
Yeah.
And I like to, have the windows down. On my truck, I have a sunroof, so I can still, when it's bad weather, I leave the little car behind, but I can still get a lot of sun and air in the truck. So, I see everybody almost always with their windows up, regardless of the weather. A few people, will be, I like to have my, arm hanging out the window, feel the air.
Yeah.
And plus the sun, it hits you better, like with no glass in the way, and you can absorb those rays. That's probably blocking out some of the stuff we need when you're behind the glass. You know what I mean? Because we were talking about the circadian rhythms and how it's important to be out in the sunlight. So
Yeah.
I try to do that also, weather permitting. It's been a little chilly lately.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, my favorite rock group is called Led Zeppelin. You know Led
Oh
Zeppelin,
yeah,
right?
that was one of
Yeah, so
mine too.
I like all that. Led Zeppelin. Yeah, sometimes I'll go down a rabbit hole where I'll make like a DJ mix of classic rock. I like it too, So I like all that stuff, like Van Halen, yeah, it's all great, So for about a couple weeks ago, for no reason, I just made a mix of like classic rock, like all that, like I don't know, Bon Jovi, like what's that group called? The Scorpions,
Yeah.
what's that I put that song what's that song? Round and Round by Rat.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
I used to like that song too.
yeah, so I just found myself like my brain starts working in a DJ kind of way, like, oh yeah, that Van Halen Jump. I'm gonna put Van Halen Jump I'm gonna mix it with Rat, Round and Round, and it just like You Give Love a Bad Name by Bon Jovi, and it just starts coming together. Like what else was I put in there? What's that group called? Def Leppard,
Oh
Photograph.
yeah.
Remember that song in the '80s? So like, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that song. That was the jam. So I started putting it. Then after a while, I have like a 30-minute mix of like classic rock.
Yeah, Rat was
Yeah,
a one-hit wonder, weren't they?
yeah. But that
They
song
made
Round
that
and
one
Round was
hit, and that
good.
was about it for them.
Yeah, there are a lot of those hair bands that had. Actually, that's what I called my mix. What I call it, Hair Nation or something. Like they had the hair and everything. So it was a hair. What they call it? Glamour rock. I forgot what they called it.
Glam
Something like
rock
that. Hair
or
rock.
yeah.
Yeah. So I just went down a rabbit hole and made a hair rock mix for myself. So yeah, sometimes it's good to widen your perspectives.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to be put in a box. Like when I DJ, I feel like I could mix any songs together, and I like surprising people. Like, oh, like I made a mix a while ago. What was it called? Stevie Nicks on the Edge of 17 with like some hip hop beats. I was like,
Oh,
where
nice.
did that come from? Stevie Nicks. Like you wouldn't think of me like, oh, this guy. But that's kind of how I like to do it. I like to surprise people. Like, oh man, that was a good mix. He used the beat from this song and he used the acapella from this song and he put it together and it kind of. Man, I didn't
Yeah,
even know I
created
liked
something
that
new.
song. And it's kind of funny because I used to do that when I would DJ. Like these hardened rap black guys were like, "He better play my song," They're like sitting in front of the DJ booth looking at you, and you're like, "Oh, I didn't even know I liked Led Zeppelin." But the way he put that together was pretty cool.
Yeah, open to
You
mine.
know? So it's funny. You see some black guy going, ah, you know, what's that song called? Kashmir? I forget what it's called. But by Led Zeppelin, you know. So anyway, and yeah, when I used to DJ, some of the songs I would hear them sample. I think they got it from me actually, because what was the name of this song? It's funny because P Diddy was on it. Like Nas, it was called "You Could Hate Me Now," and they sampled a classical song, which my father when I came out with my first DVD, he said, you know what you should put on you should use this song. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. So it's called Carmen Miranda O Fortuna, right? And it was like do 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 do, and they used it, and I was like, I think he got that from me, you know.
Yeah.
So I was kind of, when I was like, when would he heard that from me? So I was kind of thinking like, and I would sometimes notice him sitting in the back, like kind of listening, and taking notes.
Yeah.
I was like,
pay me
oh,
for
he
that.
got that from me for sure, right? Like one time I used, yeah, it's another P Diddy song that he did with Biggie. It's called Victory, but they used this song from the Rocky theme that I used to use too. It was called Going the Distance, right? So like it was like the beginning of the Rocky record. So if you had the Rocky, you know, the first
Yeah.
Rocky. So I was like, oh, he got that from me for sure, you know? Like there's no way he would know. I mean, maybe he knew, but I don't know. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, it's funny when you hear these samples and you're like, oh yeah, I know exactly where he got that from.
Yeah, we're getting into the intricacies of the DJ business
Yeah.
and what goes on behind the scenes. It reminds me of that movie Bring It On, where a group of cheerleaders, white cheerleaders, went to this black school to steal their routine.
Yeah. Yeah,
Be inspired.
pretty much. It was the other way around. The black guys came to the white guy's school
Yeah.
to steal his music. But I don't know. They didn't really see me as white anyway. Like they didn't believe I was white, so they're like, "You got too much soul for a white guy," you know. So yeah, it's funny.
So your music, is that like, I don't know, is it okay if people sample it, or is that your work? I don't know. Do they need to like get your permission, or if it just happens, it happens?
So say again.
Like, how do you like if somebody, is that kind of like stealing if somebody like takes some of your mixes and puts it onto their album? I don't know. Is there
No, not really, because I don't own it. You know, it's just like somebody else owns the, what would they call it, the composer credit, like who so they own the publishing, that's the right word. So
Okay.
like I don't own it, so I'm just taking what they made and putting it together in a unique way. So I have no ownership of any of that.
That was the word I was thinking. Copyright. If you had any, yeah, I guess you.
No, I don't own the copyright. The producer, the singer owns the copyright. So I have no claim. So if I say they stole it from me, they would say that I stole it from them. So
yeah. Yeah. We're going
tomato, right? But they kind of have like a handshake deal in DJing. Like the record labels give you the music so you could play it. So they encourage you to play it. So they're not trying not to get you to play it because they look at it as promotion, right? Like if you play their song on the radio or whatever. So they encourage you to play it. So, and if they said something like that, like, "Oh, you can't use our music," you wouldn't use it. And you would just use somebody who wanted you to use their music. So yeah, it's kind of funny.
I don't know, this is kind of off topic, but like a lot of people in the music industry are like covered in tattoos. I don't know. Do you have any tattoos, or I don't know, were
No,
you
I
into?
don't have any tattoos. Like, I'm not really big on tattoos.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't resonate with me. So when I see, I mean, my personal opinion, when I see people with a bunch of tattoos, it looks like a New York City bathroom with a bunch
Yeah,
of
scribble.
graffiti all over. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's never kind of resonated with me. I kind of look at my body as like a temple, and I want to keep it clean for Babaji, if you know what I'm saying. So I don't know. I don't need a bunch of writing on it. I mean, I'm not against it if it resonates with you. Why not? But it's just not my thing. But like
Yeah.
same way, I've never been into drinking alcohol or smoking or drugs or anything. It just never resonated with me. So that's one in that kind of category, you know.
Too. In the culinary
I
world, it's like everybody has tattoos up their sleeve, up their arm, like of
Really?
knives. Yeah, it's just like it's like the thing to get tattoos all over your arms. And I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I don't know my skin. I don't know. I just like if I wouldn't eat it, I don't want to put ink all over my face. I don't know. And if something's popular for some reason, I don't want to do it. I like no. I'm like yeah,
Well,
and,
yeah,
when you're younger, you do, more stupid stuff. So, when I was in the Navy, I wanted to get a tattoo, but like I couldn't afford it. But like I've grown out of that stage where I want tattoos anymore. But yeah, my daughter did get some tattoos, and she hid it from her mom. She told me about it, and I'm like, it's your body. I don't agree. I wouldn't do it if I were you, but you're gonna have that for life. And I just told her, what I thought about it, but ultimately it's her decision. But her mom is, very harsh about that, so she hid it from her mom for like a year. But it was kind of hard to hide. So, but
I'm not judging anybody if they got a tattoo. Some tattoos, I look at it as art, but it just was never something I wanted to do. And my skin is so fair and it's like full of freckles. I don't think tattoos would look good on me, anyways. I don't know.
yeah.
It's everybody else was getting tattoos, and for some reason, I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't know, but yeah,
yeah, the same for me. It never kind of resonated with me. And my mother used to say like, when you get my age and you have tattoos, it's all stretched out and it
yeah,
looks like junk anyways. So don't do something stupid in your youth that you'll regret when you're older, you know? So if I got a tattoo when I was 20 and now it'd be all stretched out and look like a bunch of junk on my body anyway.
I mean, like, have you seen Post Malone? Like, that's the worst. Like,
yeah, all over
tattoos
his
on your
face.
face. I mean, like,
Yeah, yeah.
oh, and that must be
Yeah, yeah,
painful
I
too,
agree.
man.
I don't see the point. Like,
Yeah.
you're not gonna get a job at Burger King with a bunch of
No.
tattoos on your face. But I don't know, like, well, I got nothing against it. It's just not my thing. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know. I never. I try to keep my body like a temple for God, you know. So like, I don't know. I wouldn't put no ink on my body, but that's just my personal opinion. You know, it's do what resonates with you the best. Just take a step back and take a few breaths before you do something you might regret when you're older, you know, in your
yeah,
50s or 60s, you know, like, oh, I was so stupid when I was 20. Look at this dragon tattoo I got
yeah.
for what?
That's what I wanted
And
to. I wanted a
You want a
dragon.
dragon?
and you begin to think like, who am I making these tattoos on my body for? Like, it don't matter. Like, if I try to impress this girl, she's not going to be there next year anyway, so I'm going to be stuck with this on my body forever. So it, if you do it for yourself, then it's fine. But once you start doing stuff for other people, then like you kind of realize they don't care. So I just do what resonates with me the best, and what my neighbor or what some girl thinks or whatever doesn't matter, you know.
I'll see people get tattoos of like their, like their boyfriend or girlfriend put on their body. I'm like, well, what if you break up with this person? You're gonna have this tattoo of their name on your body. But then
Yeah,
some
then you're
people,
gonna have to get it covered up and
yeah,
yeah. I mean, most of this life is temporary anyway, so you kind of gotta pivot and adjust and change course anyway. So don't do nothing's really permanent anyway. The friends come and go, girlfriends come and go, wives come and go, you know. It's just part of the cycle. So don't really do anything permanent. Kind of adjust accordingly.
Yeah, to me, that's the scary part, like change, like knowing what I know now, that like you don't really die and like you'll probably, reunite with your loved ones, it shouldn't affect me, but never like change, it's just like I just like consistency and change just feels kind of scary to me,
you're walking into the unknown. It is.
right. And just the thought of
Well,
that like nothing's permanent, it's like, geez, the only thing I can count on is God, so I guess
right.
that's why I'm down this path.
Well, change is inevitable. Like,
Yeah.
regardless how much you try to hold on that water, it's going out your hand. So you could see, like, last year was good. First couple days of this year, California's on fire.
Yeah.
You know, Kyle posted a great video about Yogananda's place, which is I've been there like hundreds of times because my brother lives right down the street, like a mile
Mhm.
away. So it nothing happened to it, and that was right in Pacific Palisades. Like everything around there burned down, but I guess Babaji put up the shield around there, and it's okay. So, Jai Babaji for that. So, and that's a spiritual sanctuary for us Kriya yogis, right? So,
There was probably a
Yeah,
but
lot of
it's
people
for
praying
all
for it.
spiritual tradition. Yeah.
I heard you talking
So,
about it, and like I was curious about that too. And I had heard from some other source that that place survived. So I think
and I don't know how it survived because everything around it burned except that place, which is interesting, you know? So,
Yeah.
I
right.
guess
Just the energy.
Babaji does have love for Lake Shrine, which I would
Yeah.
highly believe because they promote Babaji and Kriya Yoga in there. That's like the Mecca, really.
Yeah.
You remember the fires in Hawaii? There was like it
Yeah,
was, and then I remember seeing pictures, and there was this church. Nothing touched it, but all around it was all black and dust. But maybe like certain like the church and the Kriya Yoga building, it has an energy that the fire just stayed away from it. I don't know. I think that's an interesting thought. Like we're gonna
yeah, it
save.
could be. I saw like there was a cross on one of the mountains that were burning, and it didn't burn.
Yeah,
So like around it, everything was totally black. Everything was burnt except that cross, which is weird because it's made out of wood, but the cross was okay.
yeah. Maybe that is
And
proof that everything is energy and vibration. Like yeah, you raise yourself. It's
so
some.
So yeah, if people put their collective prayers together to pray for Lake Shrine, maybe it did
Yeah.
put up a force field around there, and so many people have been chanting Om for, I guess
Um,
it's been like 100 years now that place has been there. So yeah, I guess it has a built-in force field that nothing can happen. But
like negative thoughts can make you sick. I was thinking maybe like love can like heal your DNA. Like positive thoughts can
mm,
heal you or save you. Like the I don't know. I think our thoughts, our energy is very powerful.
yeah, I would like to think that. So
Yeah.
if you have the right mindset and you kind of speak to your body lovingly and vibrate on a unconditional love frequency, I think you'll be able to overcome most of your pain and suffering.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe if you have cancer, like, you just have, like, "I love you," and just, like, and believe it. And then yeah, just because people that think negatively and, they're, like, looking at WebMD, whatever, but, like, if you have negative thoughts, I think that can, like, make you sick. So, yeah, if you're positive, you may have a positive effect on you.
Yeah, I would
And,
agree.
like, again, the placebo effect, like, people are given medicine like, "Oh, this is gonna heal you," and they believe it, and it does, and it's nothing but a water pill. So I think, yeah, if you believe it, you can make it true.
Yeah, pretty much, I would say.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I don't think we realize how powerful we are, just our thoughts. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I think
if you have the right mindset, you could pretty much overcome and heal anything. Like I said, these yogis in the Himalayan mountains, they never go see a doctor. They don't even know
yeah.
what a hospital is. So like they heal themselves with positive vibrations. So like none of the stuff really affects them.
Yeah, and my
So
knee was hurting the other day, driving and just, like, talking to it and rubbing it, I was able to make the pain go away. So, yeah.
oh, you ever get into like cramps, like when you're trying to get into a certain yoga position? Like sometimes,
Yeah, that's
especially my
why.
feet, um, like if I'm trying to sit on my heels with with
Mm,
my toes extended. But yeah, if I reach back and just start rubbing the what's that the raised up part, just rubbing it in there, I can just relax and just also concentrating on relaxing that muscle, whatever's causing it to cramp up. I can get it to stop that. But sometimes I just have to move my leg into another position.
Yeah.
yeah, so
And
when you do yoga, your body's kind of cold, so it's important to kind of warm it up with like these stretching exercises and warm up your hips and your knees and don't try to be a yogic superhero and just go into the position. That's how you get hurt. So, yeah, it's important to kind of stretch out before you go into these asanas and these postures.
Yeah. Usually in the morning, the only moves I go to my class in the afternoon, so I get another workout over there. But in the morning, I just usually do stuff that I can do while I'm seated, different
Mm.
and fold, like folds and things like that. Just different types of stretches and folds, along with the pranayama. And yeah, it's so hard. It's important to do the breathing along with the movement. And sometimes, I'll find myself just forgetting to breathe. You're doing the move and you're supposed to like inhale and exhale during a certain sequence during the move, but you just forget holding your breath. So I'll always hear the instructors at our class, they'll say breathe, because they know
Yeah,
people are
breathe
holding
more.
their breath.
Yeah, you don't want to have no breath retention. You just want to breathe in a continuous breath. And
Mhm.
same thing with spinal breathing. Breathe into your spine when you're doing these asanas. Yeah. Don't no breath retention. Always keep it flowing. That's what my guru always said. Don't hold your breath. Breathe smoothly and gently, up and down, root to the crown, crown to the root.
Like I just wonder how long we could continuously breathe like that, because I think it would be beneficial throughout the day to be consciously breathing all the time instead of just
Yeah,
doing
for sure.
the shallow breathing. So it's very hard to maintain concentration on your breathing. Your mind wanders off and then you forget about the breathing, and then the automatic breathing just takes over and it's very shallow. So I'd like to challenge myself to just continue doing Purnasudi throughout the day for as much as I can
that'd be.
remember.
But it's not that hard. Like once you kind of make a conscious effort to do Purnasudi during the day, it kind of runs as a loop in the background. So you just kind of gotta make the commitment or the intention, and it will kind of start to happen after a while. Like
So is
you
that
don't
what you
even have
do?
to think about it. Yeah, that's what I do. So I have a constant kind of Purnasudi loop during the day.
Nice. What about you, Veronica?
About me, what?
Are you able to just like continuously be consciously breathing throughout the day, or do you like just forget about your breathing and you're just, automatic nervous system breathing?
I just forget about it and I just start breathing. I'm not that focused. Like,
Because they're saying the breath. If we had to choose one thing, the breath is like the most important thing, or was it the meditation?
No, they said the pranayama is the most important thing. That's what my
Yeah,
guru said. I mean, it
right.
could vary from person to person, but he said the most important thing in Kriya Yoga is pranayama.
Right. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That if you could continuously think about breathing throughout the day, you'd have more energy and probably be
mm,
more clear in your thoughts and everything. Your brain would have more power to, process everything. So
yeah, I should do
yeah,
that. Is it super important to practice Kriya Yoga like first thing in the morning, or does it even matter? Because I was watching another YouTube channel, and they were talking about Kriya Yoga, and like he was like, you have to do it first thing in the morning.
I mean, there's no have tos in Kriya
Yeah,
Yoga. It's
like
just what works best for you. So any of these people that are like, these are the rules of Kriya Yoga, these are the laws of Kriya Yoga, they don't know what they're talking about. Just do what works best for you.
yeah,
Like if it uplifts you in the morning, then do it in the morning. If it doesn't, if you have a busy schedule in the morning and you don't have time to, just adjust your sadhana or your yogic practice accordingly. Like like I said, when you have a moment, you're in break at your work, just do zero relaxed standing shavasana or whatever, right? Like just do what you can. So any of these yogis are like you have to.
yeah,
They don't live inside your body. They don't know how you feel. They don't know your schedule. So I would take all that with a grain of salt. There's no have tos,
I know that I was thinking
Just
that doesn't
do
sound
what
right.
resonates best with you, right? Like I know they do say that a lot. Like you have to wake up at 4 a.m. because that's when the best meditation time, and you have to go to Mount Everest, and that's the best place to meditate or whatever they say. You there are no have tos in Kriya Yoga. Just do what works best for you. That's the best way to practice Kriya Yoga.
it just makes sense to do it in the morning because
Yeah,
it helps you get through your day, and also it's quieter
True.
at that time. So it's just logical to do it first thing in the morning. And
Yeah.
I
then,
like to do
you
it
could
first thing
also
in the
get up a
morning
little
too, but
early to be out, to fit it into your schedule. You can just get up an hour early or whatever when nobody else is up and it's quiet in the house. Yeah.
yeah,
Nice.
like Guru Dev said, like some people just have crazy schedules, so sometimes you just got to fit it where you can.
Oh,
But
true,
yeah,
true.
Yeah.
what would you say is the hardest form of yoga to learn?
I would say the most strenuous is probably the asanas,
Okay,
the physical, but the hardest form, yeah, probably the asanas are the most hardest because it takes physical strength to lift your body up and bend your body certain ways and put your legs certain ways. So it's a more strenuous physically on your body. Like these other forms of meditation, pranayama and meditation, mantra japa, just take practice. So I would say the hardest form is probably the asanas on your physical body.
And then another question I
Namaste,
had.
Brian.
Namaste, sorry.
Namaste.
Is karma yoga and kriya yoga the same or similar?
Yeah, they're the same. Karma yoga means like selfless service, like giving wholeheartedly with no expectations. So it's all a form of yoga. It all fits under the umbrella of Kriya yoga or yoga in general. So like it's all part of it. So there's some people that are attracted more to karma yoga, helping people. There's some people who are bhakti yogis who are attracted more to singing devotional songs and mantras to God. There are some dhyana yogis who just meditate all day. So it just depends. But it's all the same. It's just what works best for you. That's the best form of yoga you should do or cultivate,
Yeah.
enhance.
So let's say me, Paul, and Brian, we're all your disciples. We're there with you in Thailand, but we're all at different levels. Would you customize our training, or since we're all together, just make it all the same?
No, I would custom make it for everybody because everybody's on different levels. So I
Yeah.
would tailor make a sadhana that works best for you. That's the same thing I did. I tailor made my sadhana with the kriyas that work best for me. So it doesn't really matter what works best for me. It matters what works best for you and uplifts you. That is the best practice. So I would tailor make it to everybody, and I would
Good.
cultivate and enhance it.
Yeah.
Well, we could all meet at the Sizzler though, if you're
Yeah.
all good with
It could all
that.
have.
Yeah, sizzler.
Yeah.
Yeah, the many options, so.
We can
Uh,
customize it or eat the same.
I'm always looking for an opportunity to go to Sizzler with Brian. It brings out the Bogar inside me, right? Like,
All you can eat
look at all
salad,
this buffet, you know.
I'm so happy. How are you, Brian?
Not too bad. How's everyone?
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
great.
Yeah, so we were talking about I was listening to the class and you were talking about how your legs don't hurt anymore after sitting for a long period, and we were discussing like, do you sit on anything or do you just sit with your butt flat on the mat, or do you have like a little butt pillow, so to speak?
Yeah, I just do it on the bed actually. Yeah, so I have the padding there. I have a pillow behind me, but I don't really use it now because I'm sitting straight up. My posture is better. Like when I started, I needed more support. My back muscles got better, so I can sit up straight for longer.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I just always had that one leg go numb, and it still happens sometimes, but I don't know if it's maybe I had been doing more hatha yoga, more asanas recently, and especially like the hip stretching and stuff, like doing that consistently. Maybe that's why all of a sudden it got better for me. So, but yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. I had it for like a few days in a row where I could go like an hour and I didn't have any numbness whatsoever. When before I would have numbness like within 20 minutes or something doing half. So so then if that happened before, I would just switch legs. I would just change to the other side,
Mm-hmm.
like sit like a yogini or whatever.
Yeah.
I would switch the legs and let the other one stop being numb,
Mm,
and then I would keep going with that side. And yeah, that's
yeah.
what I did before. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I tried that, switching the legs also to sit like a yogini, because my left knee kind of hurts, but when I did it the other way, the yogini way, it felt better for me, but I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like maybe I just did it, the way you showed us Vedic Dev in the very beginning, right? So I'm just used to doing it that way, left leg up. But yeah, I don't think it matters that much with the other leg on the other side as well. So I don't really feel a difference. I think it's not as important as relaxing into the meditation, so that's the most
Yeah,
important, I
true.
think. So
Yeah, which side your leg on doesn't really matter. It just matters what works best for you. So
So what
if
is
if you put your leg on the left side and it works for you, then it's perfectly fine. If it's on the right side and it works for you, it's perfectly fine. No
I'm just
rules.
wondering what is
Just do what works.
because I did, I heard about that. And what is like the reasoning behind that? Do you have any idea like why it said that the women put their leg this way? Is there a specific reason for that?
There's no real specific reason for it. Like, it's just kind of symbolism to show, like, women sit like this and men sit like this. To kind of separate it, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me, to be honest with you. It just matters what works best for you. Like, and it's kind of I don't know, judgmental to say if you put your foot on the left, you're a woman. If you put your foot on the right, so who cares which side your foot is on? Just do what works best for you. That's the best way, I would say.
So if we were in the Himalayas and me and Brian had our wrong feet crossed, would they make fun of us?
Would be
No,
offended.
they wouldn't say anything. They wouldn't be offended. I mean, they might laugh
Behind your back.
internally, let's say. Yeah, they would smile a little bit, but they wouldn't say anything. And they would probably have the same perspective as me. Like, if that's the way you sit and it makes you sit in comfort and relax, that's the most important thing. So it doesn't matter the symbolism of left and right. It only matters what works best for you. So if you're sitting with your leg on your left side and that makes you feel sit in comfort, that is the most important thing, not what side your leg is on. So if you're in pain, your monkey mind is going to be activated, and that's going to be more detrimental to your practice than what side your foot is on, or left or right. So I don't think it matters. Just, it's more important to get in a state of relaxation and comfort when you do any of these sadness, because the monkey mind is already strong. It doesn't need anything extra. So being on pain on your leg would hurt your practice, your sadness. So I don't think they would have anything to say about it. They were like, he's sitting in comfort, which is the most important thing. Left or right, who cares?
I
Comfort
don't
is more
imagine they
important than
have
anything.
cushions because they're kind of on the road. Do they just sit flat on the ground?
They do travel with their cushions, actually.
Okay.
so, yeah, but yeah, they do sit on the ground. They do sit on the cushion. It just depends. So the cushion is basically their pillow too when they go to the Himalayan mountains. So they meditate on it. They sleep on it. So
Okay. That's interesting.
yeah,
That's something I didn't, know about.
But I
I
feel
think
like
in
yeah,
go ahead.
all right, go on. No, you can go on, and I'll after you.
I would say some of the pictures you might see on the school might have my cushion around my neck. I used to put it on my backpack around my neck, so it's like a airplane cushion, like those airplane pillows they have on the airplane.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of wrapped around my neck to give my neck some support, and it was a good place to hold it.
So I was just gonna say, I feel like traditionally the genders have been more separated, and so and I think to some degree that could be a benefit. Just you're clear, you're accepting what your gender is. This I'm a man, I accept that, so I sit like this. And if you're like, I don't know how I should do it, maybe that has to do with the traditional way of sitting. But I think like that's just the starting point. The end point is, we all have male and female energies, whether we're a man or a woman. And so the end point is at that highest point of meditation, you are everything. You're beyond any sort of isolation consciousness. So I feel like you just focus on the end point, and that's why how you sit, it doesn't matter how you get there. It's just that you get there, just like we connect to different deities or we have different practices. we do Kriya yoga, some other people maybe do tantra, or some other people have a different method to get there. So I think it's not important, even when you get outside of Kriya yoga, however you get there is fine, just as long as you get there. You know, you could be a gory
Right.
and roll and poop. If that gets you there, then that's okay. No judgment, like whatever, however you get there, that's how you get there. And as long as you connect to God, that's really all that's important. So I think if you can take that perspective, you can remove some of the boxes of conditioning and dogma and stuff. And
True.
for me, when I was in pain, I didn't care about like, you know, how I'm gonna look if if I sit with my leg this way or this way. I did not care at all because I just wanted to feel better, you know. Like
True.
whatever feels better, I'm doing it. So that kind of like I mean, it was difficult because of the pain, but that kind of like helped me break through a lot of the mind stuff, because I'm like, I don't care about mind theory, ideology or something like that. I'm just gonna do whatever feels good. So
True.
that's what I came to. Is just I'll start with the sitting like a yogi, and then I will switch my leg if it hurts, and that's it. And it's pretty common sense stuff, you know. Like when you are grounded, you just do common sense things and you don't have to think about it, you know. Like someone could do like a whole show on the theory of like they develop the legs and different positions and the symbology and everything, but then you're just like too much in your mind. You know, it's like when
Mm.
they create like all these different theoretical concepts and classes on the different religions and stuff, and they're just getting further and further away from the core message whenever they do that, because you just literally don't talk at all and just do the practice, and then you're going to know more about that focus of connecting to God. The more you talk
True.
about it, the less you kind of feel, the essence of it. It kind of waters it down. So I feel like we get into like theory too much, and then like it's not
Mm.
concrete anymore. We can't like feel it, we can't experience it anymore. So I think like the ego, it likes to create like its own false reflection of everything. And then it wants you to believe that false reflection is the reality. So then you just get attached to that. So you get attached to like the idea, the ideology, like I'm a Kriya yogi, I sit like this, I'm a Kriya yogi, I do this. Like it wants you
True.
to attach to the idea of being a Kriya yogi instead of just being a Kriya yogi. So I think that's the distinction that we need to break, is that it's not about a label or something like that. It's just about connecting to God, and that is that simple. So
True. Well put, Brian. Yeah, my guru used to say, people who talk about samadhi don't know samadhi. People who don't talk about samadhi know samadhi. So like, it, you get further away by talking about it too much. Just be in a state of samadhi and don't even talk about it if you can. Like kind of like what Brian was saying.
Yeah, I generally do. Like, when I'm sitting here doing it, I just said I did it. So I do
On my
switch
headphones.
legs. I don't really care about it, while I'm there by myself. But like, if I was in front of a bunch of, yogis from the Himalayas, I would be self-conscious if I was sitting that way. So I wish I could say that I wasn't, but like, I would be, so I would be probably sitting, I wouldn't be sitting that way in front of them. But it's
so so
peer pressure or some type of societal pressure. So, you can't deny that it's there. But if I had, I do realize it's foolish, but nonetheless, I would feel self-conscious. You know what I mean?
but I think you get over it after a while. That's just like maybe it would bother you maybe in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
When you're first getting accustomed to things, but then you would see like, oh, they don't care.
Yeah, good point.
Uh, I asked I asked I asked you, Veronica, for Vedic Dev's guru's social media, and
Yeah.
I just saw a lot of them. He's not clearly image, but there's one where he's just like in the background, and you can just feel his energy, and he's just like looking
Mm.
so happy and like have no care in the world whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure he would not judge you at all for
Yeah,
putting
true.
your leg a different way. He doesn't even care. He's just in his blissful place, you know? So like the more you're happy and fulfilling in your place, the less you want to like judge other people or even
Yeah.
True.
care about
Yeah, yeah.
anything that has to do with that, you know? So I think if they're a true yogi, maybe they have uh they have like a laugh, but not like to look down on you, just to
Yeah,
make light of everything, because they're already in a blissful state. So I feel like we're too used to and we're conditioned of other people being critical of each other and playing these ego games.
Yeah.
But like when you're around people with higher consciousness, that's not in their thinking. They're not trying down because they're already up, right? How
true.
can they put you down if they're up here? Like they want you to laugh. They want you to be up where they are, So I feel like that's why we get rid of our conditioning, and because we're just too in the mud with the ego a lot, with other people, worried about what other people think about us. But like what I saw from that of your guru, he's not gonna care at all. So yeah.
It's funny, like my guru, one of his Instagram handles is Blissful Swami, right? So that kind of says it all. I was like, who sent me a message, Blissful Swami? And it was him. I was like, my guru has like 5 different Instagrams. But yeah, Blissful Swami. So that says it all. He's just dancing and smiling in the background, Blissful Swami.
Yeah, you guys were talking about Swami Vedananda Saraswati. Is that how you say it?
Yes, correct.
But yeah, I also like pay homage to him,
Oh,
um,
nice.
at the or sometime during my sadhana, I have my pictures of Babaji on one side, my gurus on the other side. I don't have a picture of him there, but when I'm, paying homage to my guru, my various gurus that I've had also, and also I'll include my instructors, that I have at the school, because they're acharyas, you would call them. So I appreciate what they do for me as well. But yeah, I do always include him. And yeah, I heard you also at the Yagna fire mentioning Ved Mooney, and I wanted to ask you how he was doing. Or was
He's
that
doing
still?
he's doing good. He's overcoming some depression. From what he told me, he's a ayahuasca shaman because he's from Brazil, right? So on his ayahuasca journey, this ayahuasca it affects you in the present moment, but then it affects you later, right? So when he stopped doing ayahuasca, there was still remnants or traces in there that are still kind of messing him up. He's going through some kind of depression and stuff, but
Mhm.
told him I would burn his problems in the holy Yagna fire, which I did. So wish him all the best. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's difficult out there. So keep your Cavachim shield up.
Yeah.
So did he do the ayahuasca before Kriya Yoga or just after, or after Kriya Yoga, or do you know about that? Or
I think after when he came back from
okay.
India, he became a shaman, but he's also Brazilian. So like the indigenous people he lives close to, so it's part of his culture. So, but he
So
basically told me that you don't need ayahuasca. These people are looking for a fast track to enlightenment, but if you have trash you're carrying around, let's say trauma, it's gonna magnify that. But if you're in a blissful, peaceful state, you don't need it at all. It would magnify that too, but you begin to realize happiness is inside you as you. So you don't need anything to get you enlightenment. You realize it inside you. So that's the real path. So he said if you have these techniques of Kriya Yoga, which we have, we don't need it. We don't need it. It's just junk to trick your mind into thinking it'll get you to a higher state, which it won't. It'll be like water in your hand, temporary.
mm. So I connect with your guru, but I also the other guru I connect with is Sri M, as you know,
Mm,
Veda Guru Dev.
yeah,
You met him too. And
right.
when he's recently he does live satsangs as well,
Cool.
that you can view on YouTube and stuff. And just when I'm viewing them, especially when it's live, I feel the energy as if
True.
he's with me. And
Mm.
and that's what got me to think of asking you and Veronica to get the social media of your guru, because I'm like, yeah, I want to feel this with your guru too. I might as well have that
Mm.
more. But when
Yeah.
I was watching Sri M, he was talking about how you absolutely should not mix psychedelics with Kriya yoga. It will cause insanity. It will cause craziness. I don't know the word he used exactly, but he
Mm.
specifically mentioned that. And I can't remember if there was a question because he was taking questions and stuff. But he
Yeah.
specifically mentioned that you cannot, because he didn't go into depth, but I'm just trying to think myself that when you are raising these energies and you're moving them, that's a challenge even if you're not doing anything else. That because you're having to face your ego this entire time, right? So like as the energy rises, you're contacting more ego centers, you're kind of awakening them, and what you have to do is just blow past and keep going. But if you are doing first, if you have a big ego, that's going to be difficult even if you're not doing psychedelics, because it's hard to handle facing your ego, because that's part of this journey. That's like the main part of this journey, is facing your ego, and that's what you do when you do Kriya yoga. So if you are stimulating and contacting your ego, and then at the same time you are stripping all of your emotional grounding, and you're blasting yourself out into the cloud, no reference point as to who you are, where you are, like you're a human being, you're here, you're there, then all of a sudden you are completely vulnerable to everything, and your ego in self-defense is gonna, try to, is gonna panic, is gonna be fearful, is gonna everything. So I think you can sum it up as, when you do these sort of things a lot, especially, and really powerful ones, I feel like it really destroys your spiritual grounding to
Mm.
this earth, to this experience, to this 3D world. And we might think that, oh, it's mundane, it's not important, this is an illusion, but actually you have to accept your life. You have to accept that this is your incarnation, because if you don't accept this is my incarnation, then you cannot ground the spiritual energies to you right here, right now.
Mm.
So like a big part of spirituality is grounding it and accepting it. And that makes you be here now and be able to focus on things in the moment, as opposed to other people, if they don't have grounding. I've seen this a lot being in like communities and fruitarian and quote unquote spiritual groups. A lot of them are very ungrounded. And so they feel like maybe their heart chakra, they feel the love, but they have no like inner discernment. They're kind of just like floating in the clouds, and they like can't protect themselves. They can't control their own mind and their own emotions. So it's not like easy for people to accept, but you need the grounding you need to accept to be here right now. So yeah, definitely I would not recommend mixing ayahuasca or something with Kriya yoga, because that can be much too powerful for you to handle. If you were like an advanced yogi or something, it probably wouldn't do anything to you. But most people are not that, and you have to know like where you are and be honest, with yourself. Otherwise, you're just projecting, like I'm a great yogi or whatever.
Mm.
But usually that's not the case. If you have to talk about it, it's probably not true. So.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he said too. He said you don't need it. Like these tools you have in Kriya Yoga are way more profound and more powerful. So you wouldn't even need it. And yeah, like it wouldn't make sense when you're already in that state of higher vibration to get something that would potentially lower your vibration. Like you already have all the tools that are inside you as you. You just have to realize it. So with these tools we have in our Kriya Yoga school, you wouldn't need to do ayahuasca. Wouldn't be necessary for you, right? Because you already with by enhancing these tools and doing the inner work, you can get further than you can with some temporary band-aid. Like we're in Kriya Yoga, we're trying to have permanent enlightenment, not just 10 minutes of enlightenment. So these are like glimpses of enlightenment, but we're trying to maintain and have a permanent sense of enlightenment 24 hours a day. So we don't need a temporary microwave or a band-aid to get us there. We cultivate permanency, or like doing it all the time. So
Yeah, it's like
so when
holistic, right? It's like
right,
holistic medicine. It's the whole person, the whole energy body. That's what Kriya Yoga
true,
is for. It's like a holistic medicine for the body. It's holistic medicine for the energy body because we're doing all the chakras at once. We're balancing all of them, and so they all work appropriately together. As
right,
opposed to basically, I think what's happening is when you take these drugs, is it basically overstimulates your top chakras. But
mm,
if you're not already balanced in your lower chakras, how can
right,
you absorb effect? And basically, you can't. And so I think the deal is that people, I mean, that's basically the story of our life is that we have chakra imbalances. Some are underactive and some are overactive,
mm,
right? And so there's something, we have to compensate for that underactivity, overactivity, and that's basically what creates different mental conditions of imbalance, So the last thing you want to do is hyper stimulate just one particular chakra and disregard the other ones, right? And that would go the same for every chakra, So like we talked about before, when people on YouTube are talking about let's wake up the third eye. Well, you don't want to wake
mm,
up the third eye if you're not focusing on all the other chakras. You want to wake it up holistically by balancing and strengthening all the chakras under that, because then
right,
if you do that, it's going to be balanced. Because can see like with other people, there's certain psychic people that they have their third eye wide open. They can see, entities or whatever. But a lot of these people, you might think like they are spiritually advanced, but a lot of them are not. They don't seem to be.
mm,
They have their own emotional problems and they don't really have their life under control. And you can
yeah,
imagine it'd be overwhelming if I'm seeing entities and stuff, right? And so like I think that's a indicator that just because one chakra is open, that doesn't mean like you're spiritually enlightened or something like that. Like you have to work holistically and accept all the chakras and keep them all in harmony. And that's like true spirituality. Everything is just kind of like a drug effect of overstimulation and not seeing like the whole picture. So
yeah. Well said, Brian.
So I've got a somewhat risque topic about sexuality as related to yoga because
Mm,
we were talking about turning the sexual juice into spiritual juice. And in some of the other yoga classes that I took, they maintained, not to have sexual relations very frequently, that you should reserve that energy, to turn it into spiritual energy. And also about like tantra, like what is their take on this, the tantric practice and like the Kama Sutra, like were you taught anything about that? Like, I know the Celtics once had some type of like sexual magic, so I think like the sexuality has something to do with like the Kundalini awakening or just some type of energy that we use that we can harness. So, what can you say about that?
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't take their dogma, their rules too literally. Just do what works best for you. If you have a sexual experience and make it into a spiritual experience, it's a beautiful thing. So I wouldn't listen to anybody. I would just do what works best for you. So like, yeah, basically you know the technique brahmacharya, bringing the sexual juice up. If you have no use for your sexual juice, then you would convert it into ojas, into spiritual juice. If you're trying to make a family, then you would make that into a spiritual experience. Like I said before, if you bring a child into the world with these yogic practices into a yogic family, it's a true blessing. They say there's a waiting list for people to be born into a yogic
Yeah,
family.
not enough bodies.
There's not enough people cultivating that. There's a lot of people converting their sexual juice. There's not a lot of people using their sexual juice. So, I mean, it just depends what works for you. I wouldn't listen to anybody. I would just do what resonates with you, you know? So if you have no use for it, like most of these yogis in the Himalayan mountains, convert it into ojas. If you have a use for it, then make it into a spiritual experience. That's what I would say.
That
The
makes a lot of
difference is
sense.
that Kriya Yoga, I feel, is more balanced, and it seems more appropriate for me. Kriya Yoga chose me because
Mm,
I was before I was at the school, online sort of course, and they were trying to mix Tantra with Kriya Yoga,
mm,
right? And for me, the Tantra portion was too overstimulating.
mm-hmm,
So if you have like a health issue, as I did and do, I felt like it was too overstimulating and too unbalancing for my body. And that's from a physical standpoint. From a mental and emotional standpoint, I feel like if you're going to do Tantra, you should probably have somewhat like a yogi there to guide you constantly because they're really stimulating sexual energy a lot, and that can be misguided. That what you do with that, what you do with that energy, you know,
mm,
especially like in the West. And so if you don't have like a yogi there with you, like guiding you, like, okay, I know you feel this, but break through it. I feel like that can be it could the ego could take over that basically. Yeah, pretty easily. And so
Hmm.
I feel like Kriya Yoga is a more balanced approach in getting to the same place. I mean, they want to get to the same place as we do, and they can if they're successful. But I just feel like coming from the Western sort of conditioning, it might be a little more difficult to break out of that sexual ego energy for a lot of people, just coming
Hmm.
from our Western point of view and mind and conditioning. Maybe for
yeah,
Asian people, it wouldn't be quite as difficult, right? So you have to like this is my culture, this is their culture. Where did this originally come from, and everything. But basically, Tantra is like saying we want you to feel so good that you let go of everything and you don't need anything, and that's basically the same as us, but we're just doing it a little bit different way, not quite focusing on the sexual energy quite as much. If you're doing it correctly, you'll feel that, and you'll feel better when it's flowing. Like if you're feeling too much sexual stimulation and you're not feeling balanced, that means your energy's not flowing. So that one pranayama you told us before, Ochus, I can't remember what it's called, but I feel
uh,
like uh, that is good for that. I don't really have that issue. I
yeah,
feel like the energy is flowing, but for people who did have that issue, I feel like that's a good pranayama for that. So yeah.
yeah,
Thanks. That pretty much answered my question.
So it's probably TMI, but I'll just tell you, to be fully upfront here, I had like prostate issues when I did Tantra, when I did
mm,
that form of it. And yeah, I had them previously, so maybe I was susceptible to that. But it's like it overstimulated that, you know? And so yeah, that was one of the issues that I had. But overall, it just like the energy didn't flow naturally for me when I did that. So, but maybe it's for other people it'd be more appropriate, but for me, it didn't really work out. So,
yeah, true. Yeah, I would just say do what works best for you. A lot of people are saying a lot of things, but
yeah.
just do what resonates with you. That's the best way. So whatever way feels the best for you to sit, that's the best way. Whatever way for you to have sexual experiences, that's the best way. So just see what works best for you. That would be my suggestion.
And what do you feel about abstaining from sexual experiences and all that? Like those yogis, they practice that in the Himalayas, or they have a ideology or what a tradition that they follow for that.
Well, it's a little bit of both. Yeah, like celibacy, like renunciate, like that type of stuff. Well, they do it two ways. They don't have the opportunity, and so it makes it easier for them to not have to cultivate that and more they're not putting themselves in situations where that's readily available, you know? Like and they're not vibrating on that lower kind of desire, kind of sexual kind of frequency either. They're always raising their vibration, so it just depends. Like there are many great yogis like Lahiri Messiah that are householders, you know. So like it works too. Like whatever you do, enjoy it. Make it a great experience and make it turn it into a spiritual experience, not like a animalistic ego experience. More of a exchange of energy, let's say, like that. You know, that's what I would say.
I feel like it's our mission to do the dance, as you say, like be in the
Mm,
world, out of the world, because we're not in a
right,
place where we can just go to the Himalayan mountains and meditate all our life, you know, probably because we
right,
have families and we have other responsibilities. So I feel like that's why you were sent back here, Vedic Death. And it's the same for us, is that we have to do this dance. Like this is our kind of, I feel, it's my particular experience, that this is what I can't just go off for, you know, years and years and years and just be, you know, meditating under a Bodhi tree or something. I need to actually do the dance. And I feel like
right,
that's a greater challenge, but it's also maybe a greater reward because you're never going to be isolating yourself from other people. So you're always going to have like an opportunity to look at someone else and see yourself in them and see yourself in every experience. So I feel like it's a even greater opportunity than you have if you're just by yourself in the mountains meditating, right? That's good too. But when you can feel that and cultivate that in all situations, that's the greatest because you're seeing through all illusions. Because you
yeah,
might be up there in the Himalayan mountains and think like I'm in peace, but then when someone wants you to leave that place, be like, well, I'm not in peace anymore. Right? Because so you think that peace is connected to a location
right,
or how you're feeling in a certain place, but actually peace is everywhere. And so I feel like this is the greatest direction that we, an opportunity that we have is to cultivate and see that peace for everything. And that's kind of like the purpose of our life. That's why we have different lives, right? See peace in this life and this focus as a man, as a woman, right? As a child, as an older person, as a businessman, as whatever your whatever your occupation, whatever your focus in your life. That's what we have all these lives is to see peace in everything. So why would you want to isolate yourself to only one experience? You just like I feel like we need to do the dance and just jump in and do whatever role we have to. And then when you accept all the energies, I feel like you can play any role because you're not resisting anything. You know, you just play whatever role you need to be. Like Vedic Dev, you could be a DJ or you could be a yogi or you could
right.
be a dad or you can be whatever. You can be our guru or you can flow into whatever you need to be for your life. So I feel like that's very
True.
powerful, very inspiring. So
Yeah, well put, Brian.
Also, if you want to be a monk, it helps if you don't bathe and cover yourself with ash. Good tip to keep the ladies away.
Uh, uh, I mean, maybe some ladies like that.
yeah, some pretty crazy ladies out
Yeah.
there. Watch out. They might like that more.
Yeah, so I don't know. This was probably the hardest mountain for me to overcome because as a DJ, they're lined up. Let's say it like that, you know. So the temptation was real, you know. And in Thailand, it's not a hard job to accomplish. Let's say it like that. They're around and they're kind of waiting for the signal, if you know what I'm saying. So, but yeah, like when you start practicing Kriya Yoga, there's a shift in your mindset, and what used to appeal to your ego body and used to be food for your ego body doesn't really appeal to you anymore. So you become to see it. Everything is more of a spiritual experience. Like you're almost like a walking temple, like walking around, and the junk that used to stimulate you doesn't really stimulate you the way it used to.
Yeah, so one time I had an experience. I was delivering Meals on Wheels, and I had wanted to also talk to like a priest and ask him something, but so anyway, my last customer on the route turned out to be a priest. He was like 98 years old, and like he had a tragic story. His wife had just died and she was like abused in this hospital. But we got to being friends, and I would, he was the last one on my route, so I would go in there and sit with them and ask him whatever was on. I asked him about the Vatican if he thought it was evil, and he did. Um,
Mm.
like he knew all this stuff. So he was, pretty woke up. But he also told me that he had a lot of temptations, like for some reason, in the congregation, maybe the women would come and get comfortable with him or something. And so he had to, resist that as well. But he told me some interesting stories about one of them was he went to Alaska, and right on the border with Russia, um, there was some Russian priests or something, and he wanted to talk with them, but they spoke a different language. But somehow when they were talking, he understood what they were saying. Um, like he gained the ability to like speak Russian or something like that. And one time he told me he was singing at a congregation, and all the little kids came running up and they like started crying and stuff. Trying to think of some other ones, but he told me some interesting stories. But it was a good experience for me, and I thought it was a synchronicity that I had met him and got to ask him a lot of questions. And he prayed for me because I was going through a lot of stuff at that time. Um, but I've lost touch. Well, I just stopped communicating with him, and I feel guilty about it. Um, because I don't go that way anymore. I moved and stuff like that. And he used to call me every once in a while. And he had all these stories. He was drafted during World War II, and he was on a bomber, and he had stories about that. And um, oh yeah, one story was this one little kid that they were all friends with. So this is way out in the country, and back in those days, like before the 40s, maybe the 20s or something. And one kid, for some reason, they thought he was gay, and they ended up killing this kid. They drowned him or something in a river, just for meanness and because they thought he was gay. And then they caught those kids, and instead of, what they had to do was join the military. That's how they got out of that. So that was an interesting story he also told me. But yeah.
So I don't know. I'm like getting more into Kriya yoga, and something I have a question about is like, when you put in serious practice into Kriya yoga, does it magnify your karma? Because I'm like seeing areas of my life I need to address. Is that something that is normal that happens?
It shines a light
Well,
on it.
Yeah, it basically what Brian says, it shines a light on it. So when you start self-observing, you start seeing what needs to be seen. And who's that?
Oh,
Vanessa?
Vanessa's
So,
responding to Paul. That's such a sad story.
Vanessa, if you want, you could join us on StreamYard. We would love to have you, but if you want to stay on YouTube, it's perfectly fine. Yeah, so it shines more of a, like Brian said, it shines more of a light on your karma. You become more of aware of your karma. Like they say in yoga, you're walking through your life with you're sleeping with your eyes open, so you're not able to see it. But Kriya yoga kind of enhances your awareness, so you can start to see your karma, and you begin to self-observe yourself. But like before I go to sleep, I kind of review my day and what could I have done better, or how can I do things better, or how can I pivot and make adjustments and do things better.
She
So
says, I'm sorry,
go
I didn't
ahead.
mean to interrupt you. She says, LOL, I'm in my PJs and about to head to bed. Work very, very, very early tomorrow.
Okay, no problem, Vanessa. We understand. You're welcome anytime. What does Mariana say?
She says, hi guys, I am very sorry. I haven't been active lately because recently my friend collapsed in front of the elevator and my friend tried CPR, then the ambulance for like 30 minutes. But, oh wait, and then I go back and then but even if they revived him, he would be brain dead, but he died on us. Oh, wow.
Sorry about that.
And then Vanessa says she's just listening to you guys chit chat.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
But continue, Vedgurudev. I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought.
No, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. Also, Mariana, on our leaderboard, you've reached, what is it, level 6, and we're giving mantra diksha. So Brian already got mantra diksha, Veronica got mantra diksha, and I gave Kyle personal mantra diksha. So whatever deity you resonate with, since you reached level 6, let me know, and I will give you mantra diksha for whatever god or goddess you want. So everybody else has got it. You're the last one. So yeah, Brian got Ganesha, Veronica got Mataji, and Kyle wanted another Babaji because he likes the Babaji one. So you're the last one who needs it.
So for Ganesha, was it the one that we always do in class? Om Gam Gana Pataye Namaha.
No, it's a
Or
little different because it's a Shakti mantra, so it has more internal Shakti. So it's a personal one for Brian. So
that's kind of what I wanted to know, if it was personal or if it was just like the same ones we do in class.
no, the ones we do in class are like over out in the open generic one. So it's meant for open air. The Shakti ones are more internalized, so it's more of a personal one. So it has a higher bija sound syllable to connect to. So if you want your personal Shakti mantra, just keep posting and keep liking comments and commenting, and you'll reach level 6, and I'll give you whichever deity you want, Paul.
Why, thank you. I appreciate it.
And if you're watching and you're not part of the school, you have access to all these a lot of these mantras on the school. And however you want to connect to God, you can. Last class, I asked to get the Hanuman mantra because I just felt some. I'm thinking of my intro video, an inner whisper in my consciousness telling me something was telling me, you need Hanuman, you're ready for Hanuman, go get Hanuman. So I asked Vinegar Devin, it was a couple weeks, I didn't get it. And then I got the message again, tell Vinegar Dev, Hanuman. Okay, Hanuman. Okay, so I got it, and um, I haven't been doing it for that long, but I can just say there's a reason that I was drawn to it, because that energy is exactly what I need for my weaknesses that I have, with my ego, my consciousness, like the bija in there focuses my third eye. It helps me to clear up my monkey mind along with Saraswati. And also, I feel the energy of devotion and letting go of everything, and even more powerful than what I've experienced before. And also, it's just like a energy of complete compassion is what you get with all the deities, but just a clear, humanly sort of compassion. I don't know, animal based. I don't know. He's a monkey, right? But you just feel this sort of really grounded sort of compassion, like similar to what I felt for like Anisha and stuff. So getting that already, I can feel an effect immediately, even when I didn't know it. I was trying to say it and I probably got it wrong, but I was feeling it. And then even after doing the mantra, I was feeling the presence of Hanuman. So yeah, there's a reason we have something inside of us, like pushing us to different directions. So if you learn to listen to that quiet voice and not the ego, then it's a good thing. It can help, get you out of trouble and go a more direct path to where you should be. So
And these more powerful and dynamic techniques we save for our Kriya Yoga School, our paid members. So if you resonate with what we're saying, try it out. There's a free 7-day trial for our school. But yeah, these mantras, we have to keep something for our paid members. So there it is, kriyayogamasterclass.com. It's only $25 per month. Might be the best $25 you ever spend in your life. So give it a try.
So somebody new to Kriya Yoga, how would you describe Kriya Yoga to somebody how would you describe it to somebody new to it, the path?
It's an overall spiritual well-being, like the five folds of Kriya Yoga, asanas for the physical body, pranayama, secret yogic breath, doing your breath work, dhyana, meditation, mastering your mind, mantra japa, connecting your focus to a preferred mantra, which we have many mantras in our school, and bhakti, singing devotional songs and devotion and surrender to God. So it's our overall spiritual well-being. And in this year, 2025, it would be highly beneficial for you to have these spiritual practices to get you through the landmine, the war zone of this, Maya delusional world.
Yeah.
So a lot of our members have significant benefits and have great testimonials of how Kriya Yoga has helped them. So give it a try. No pressure. Try it out.
yeah, it doesn't matter like what religion you follow or what focus. It doesn't matter
True.
if you already connect to God through a different religion. The only difference is you're going to connect to God even better.
Right.
So why not? You know, if you want that, if you have a health issue or you have any issue, it's going to be good for all of that. If you have a mental issue, it'll help
Right.
to balance you, to connect you to, important things and away from ego. If you have a health issue, it'll help your inflammatory conditions. It will calm your mind, which
True.
when you calm your mind also has a health benefit, of your physical body as well. So there's benefits all around, like whatever, wherever you're coming from, in your situation, I think so.
Yeah, it's Kriya Yoga's for everybody, no matter what level you're on. We have beginner classes, we have intermediate, we have advanced classes. So wherever you're at, Kriya Yoga is for you. We're not trying to tell you what God to believe in. We're just trying to give you the tools to help you be the best person you could be. So we're not trying to sell you on no dogma. We're just showing you techniques. Put them in your toolbox, put them in your pocket, integrate them into your daily life, and be the best person you could be.
So I'd like to talk about the guru-disciple relationship and how you think of us. Do you think of us like as your children? And do you love any of us more than the other one?
So that's a
Is that
funny
your,
question.
is that your ego talking?
You
I
love
mean,
me more,
this
Paul.
whole thing's set
You're
up
the
like a
favorite child.
competition,
It's
leaderboard
like my
and
ego.
levels and stuff, and like we're competing for your love and attention. And
I don't feel it. I
as
don't feel
different
like
children would for the attention of their parents, and we want your
well, I'm the
blessing.
only one that had Sizzler with him, so I must be
Yeah,
number
you're the
one.
favorite child.
Number one.
No, I don't see any of you as. I don't want to be on a pedestal, and even like the guru kind of title is kind of like. I know you got to call me something, but I don't see it that way. I see it as you're all equal to me. Like we're all taking the spiritual journey together, and like there's no difference because I was just like you a couple years ago. So I look at as me and you and everybody as equal, and I have the equal love, unconditional love for all our students. No matter if they come on StreamYard or they eat with me at Sizzler or they comment on YouTube, they're all equal to me, and we all have important position we play in the Kriya Yoga football team. So everybody, once we play together collectively and uplift each other collectively, it's always a beautiful thing. So yeah, I don't look at you as anything less than me, or I don't look at me as higher than anything. When I look at all of our students, I see myself in the reflection in the mirror. So I look at myself equal to all of our students. I don't want to be on a guru pedestal or guru play because I'm trying to stay humble, and when you get into that guru play, I'm better than you. I know more about Kriya Yoga than you. I'm just trying to share wholeheartedly and give as much Kriya Yoga as I can and play it forward. Kriya Yoga helped me in my life, so I want to help other people. It doesn't mean I'm better than you or I have more knowledge of you, or it just means I have a unique experience because unlike other yogis or gurus or whatever, I've been in your shoes, so I know what it's like to be in the ego body, and I remember when I asked these exact same questions. So I see myself as equal to all of our Kriya Yoga School members, and I don't want to get in that guru disciple play because it kind of goes wrong, right? Like, hey Paul, I need a new Rolls Royce. Can you buy it for me?
Yeah.
No, none of that over here. So I want none of that. Just look at me as your brother, or and we all walk the path together, holding hands and uplift each other. So yeah, I don't look at you any of our students as our children.
Well, we're still going to
I feel
have
like
to
any
prostrate ourselves before you and touch your feet. So get ready for that. It will be a
Okay.
humbling experience for each of us.
All right. Well, if you meet me in person and you want to touch my feet, I wouldn't ask for that. I don't have no expectations, but if it helps get you through life, saying you touch my feet, then all right. I guess that's what
Yeah.
needs to be done,
Enjoy
to
your
get you to the next step. It's not for everybody. I, I wouldn't recommend it, but I get it because I've been in the feet touching stage myself, right? So. Let me touch your feet, my guru. No, no, no. So like,
Oh, he
okay.
didn't want you to?
No, he understood because he was my guru, right? Every
Yeah.
morning I touched his feet as a sign of respect, and before we started our day, right? So first thing I would do when I saw him, touch his feet, and go about the day. So, that was just the Himalayan way, but it's not necessary over here. Where just do whatever you feel over here.
Yeah, I was just
I
messing
feel
with
like
you. You know that.
Yeah,
like
Yeah.
when I met you the first time, I didn't know how to act because I was pretty early in this journey, right? And I don't know, like I
right,
never had a guru before, so I'm thinking like you're gonna be wearing like what you're wearing now, and you're gonna be,
right.
walking elegantly, and I'm gonna have to. I don't know what I'm gonna have to do. Bow down before you. How do I reach my guru? Right? I'm at the mall. This is not a holy place, like what
Yeah,
outside of Sizzler waiting for my guru, what do I do? But then so there's a little bit awkward in the very beginning, but it kind of like blew past that very quickly when we just
yeah,
started talking because like yeah, it's on the same level, but I feel like that's how it should be and that's how it is when you have a real guru because I
right.
think in general the projection that's happening about there's a separation is coming from the student and the teacher because the projection is I'm lower than you. I need to learn from you, so I'm lower from you.
Yeah,
And but that's just a projection. Actually, what the guru is teaching you is that you are not lower, that you are exactly the same. You know,
Right.
so like if it's a real guru, not one that's having you wash their car or whatever, maybe that's another method, but if it's a real guru, they're gonna be the same way. Like when I see Sri M talking, he's not putting himself above someone.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
just wants to help people. He's
True.
just giving it purely advice to help people. He's not putting himself above, but what other people will do will put themselves below him. You know, so it's not like I wouldn't blame it on the guru. That's what you should expect of a guru. They're on your level if you can see it that way. And
Right.
so, yeah, especially when I met you the second time, like a more a feeling of you're my friend or you're my brother. There's
Mm.
more to it than that, but those are just the words we have, right? To kind of like explain about connection, like feels like family, brother, feels like a close friend, something like that. It's kind of like I would say maybe like a spiritual soul family brother connection. Like that's more of what I would say. And that's really what we all are. You know, we're all brothers and sisters in God. And so I think that's a good way to phrase it. So
Yeah, I look at as you all my best friends, so
Yeah.
we're all best friends, so that would be the best description of your guru, and that would be the best way I can accomplish my mission if you see me as your best friend or your spiritual best friend or however you want to frame it. I accept it all. you know. We have some questions on the YouTube chat, or
Well, Mariana and Vanessa are having their own private conversation about getting together, but
oh, okay.
Mariana was saying that she resonates to Babaji and Mataji. So I would just
Okay.
ask her what she wants.
Which mantra does she want? Babaji or
She just said
Mataji?
both. I'll see if I can find it. She just said that she resonates to both of them.
Maybe I give her Mataji because we have a lot of Babaji good ones. When Babaji's
Yeah,
Ruta Sav,
his
so
birthday.
and Mataji holds more the feminine Kriya yogic energy. So okay, so I'll give her the same Mataji I gave you, Veronica.
Oh, she says Mataji is good.
Okay, Mataji is great. Okay, great. I'll do that today. And I'll
Okay.
send it to you on the school chat. I send it with a little paper and I write it out in American English also. So I speak it too. So I'll send you like a recording of me saying it 3 times so you can kind of get the cadence and the rhythm.
And then she says thank you.
Thank you, Mariana, for being a A1 Day 1 member of the
Yeah.
Kriya Yoga School. Well, we're almost coming up on a year. March will be a year. So
Yeah, it's crazy.
wow, we've made a lot of great progress. Also, Veronica, you're the only one on level 7. So tell me what you would like for your gift on level 7.
Oh, I don't know. I'll talk to you privately about that.
Okay, yeah, just tell me what would make you happy. So we're trying to incentivize engagement in our Kriya Yoga School. So the way you come up these levels, you just comment, you just make posts. You get to these levels. You like people's posts. You comment. I guess in the classroom you hit the green button, which means the check mark, which means you finished the class. So all the classes you take, just go back and hit the green check mark and
Yeah.
like I finished it. It's a good way for you to know what you've done also too. And yeah, that's how you go up the leaderboard. It should be pretty easy. So we have good engagement, but we're trying to get as much engagement from all our Kriya Yoga School members. So our Kriya Yoga School is for the members by the members. So engage, talk to each other, uplift each other, post whatever you want. It doesn't have to be Kriya Yoga related. It could be anything. So I enjoy all Brian's posts, Cal's posts, Paul's posts. Veronica has 10 million posts a day, so that's outstanding.
I posted 18 things, so if you just want to click through it, you don't have to look through all of them.
You posted 18 videos today?
I
Whoa.
did some in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and then I saw
Oh.
Kyle liked them all, and it was 18. So it's too much.
Wow, you're gonna be at level 8 before you know it.
Yeah, I just passed
Doing
you on the
Hanuman
leaderboard.
mantra too?
What? Yeah.
Wow. That's like Hanuman energy right there. So dedicated. Wow.
so
I-
so all of our members can post, you know, you don't have to get discouraged, you know. I know Veronica posts a lot, but everybody uplift each other and let's make this the best Kriya Yoga school we can.
I
Yeah, I was supposed
also,
to in the beginning, but I think like I just stopped watching a lot of stuff, you know, and reading a lot of stuff, and I
Yeah.
just started doing more stuff. I
Yeah.
had less to say, you know. So when I post something on there, it's kind of like what I talk about in the satsang here. Like if I remember something I saw, then I'll post it. But yeah, that's why I think I was posting a lot too, and I was like sharing my experiences more in the beginning because I was noticing like yeah, in the very beginning, there was kinda some patches we had to remove, that remove themselves, I mean, and and
Yeah. I
they're
remember.
trying to take advantage of the school and all this stuff, and they're trying to say, like, it's not legit or whatever, and I was like,
Mm,
that's where I was, like, posting about my experience. I was like, because I was having a major health issue at that time, and, so I, like, had some private calls with Veda Guru Dev, and like I could feel like very concretely, very obviously the difference. Like my GI pain was so much like I couldn't sleep. So like, but I did like the bija mantras. I did some of the kriyas that taught me and that you taught in the very beginning, and that lowered the inflammation significantly to where I could like sleep. You know, so it was very it wasn't like theoretical for me from the very beginning. It was so I wanted to like show people like no, this is real. Trust me. I went to another Kriya Tantra sort of online program. It's nothing like that. This is actually
mm,
real. And Veda Guru Dev, you got name Diksha, you went to the Himalayas, you have a real Himalayan guru, all of this stuff. But I didn't even think about that at the beginning. I just thought I'm doing it and it's real. I can feel it. Like I don't know about his story. I'm doing it and so
Yeah.
I think that's the main thing. Like you can listen to us talk about your story, but ultimately you're gonna feel it. That you're gonna feel that it's real. And if it's for you, you will definitely feel it. Like if you have any experience like me, if you don't have resistance to it and you just go into it with an open heart and you're authentic and you have the motivation to do it, like you will see things like change for you for sure.
yeah, well put, Brian. Thank you for that. What did
Uh,
Mariana say?
she says I wanted to post a video on SKOOL from my phone, but it's 6 minutes long and says the file's too large. Is there any option to compress it?
You
I
could
don't.
upload it to YouTube and then put the link in the. They have a link in the comments. Like that's what Cal mostly does. Like he takes YouTube videos and he puts the link in the school post. They have like a little button where it looks like YouTube, and you just copy the link in there, and
Yeah.
it'll put it there. So that would probably be the best way to do. Yeah.
She just says it's a meditation.
Okay, by more than means. I would love to see your meditation, Mariana, in there. So upload. I would suggest upload it to YouTube, then copy the link and put it into the school.
Okay. So
That's basically what Kyle does. He takes the YouTube links and he puts it in there, and that way you don't have to upload the full video.
she just says through YouTube. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Marianne.
I think you could use other like Rumble or Vimeo or you could probably use other links as well. But
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah,
I'm not sure what all the links are because the only one I really use is YouTube, but I'm sure there are other
yeah.
platforms you could upload it to and just copy the link and put it in there. That way you don't have to upload the whole file because I know some of these video files are very big and I guess they have a limit of megabytes you could upload. So I would just copy the link and put it in there. That's probably the best way. And it kind of embeds it into the post too, which is kind of cool.
So 5 days until the inauguration. I'm wondering if there's going to be any hijinks before then or during it, or they might try to take Trump out again.
I know they've been talking a lot about that. I feel like,
I'm getting my popcorn out.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, get your popcorn ready. I mean, it's all a movie on the stage of life, so they're they're always talking, so hopefully we could all in 2025 live in peace and harmony and live blissful yogic lives and not too much psyops or attacks on your consciousness or lower your vibrations or fear states. Just
Yeah. If you
wake
want to
up
be of help,
blissful.
turn off the news. Turn off the news and don't allow it to enter your consciousness. That's the best way you're going to help.
Oh,
You know, you're not going to help by like, oh, I hope this happens. I hope this happens. Oh, look what they're talking about now. Oh,
yeah.
no. Now you're feeding into their lower consciousness. If you just turn it
Yeah,
off, focus on your life, I think it's better. Because I have no idea what's going on and I feel great.
yeah, pretty much.
So,
I sometimes make mixes for a radio station, and they wanted me to do a New Year 1 hour mix, like a countdown to New Year, right? And so I made it, and I was like, what would be the best song to bring in the New Year? And I just saw Kendrick Lamar made a song called "Turn Off Your TV," and I was like, yes, turn the TV off, turn the TV off. So I was like, that's how I'm gonna bring in the new year. So exactly, turn off your TV, turn the TV off. Right? Turn the TV off. What should we do on the first day of the new year? Turn the TV off. Step one. So, yeah, so what Brian said is exactly right. Just turn off the TV. You know, they want you to regurgitate their narrative and it become your narrative. Just be like, whatever, you know, get your, like Paul said, get your popcorn and just enjoy the show. Like, ooh, this is a crazy movie. This season of America on TV, it's a wild one. Wow, you know, I thought the Squid Games was crazy. This is even more crazier. So yeah, just get your popcorn, enjoy the show. Don't get attached to it. Be the detached witness. Step back from the TV. Don't put yourself in their movie. That's their game. You know, make your own movie and just don't want to be a part of their game or their show at all. But what will happen in the next 5 days? Who knows? Just get
Yeah.
your popcorn. Don't be surprised about anything because it's already a couple days into the new year. LA is burned down, so it might be a rough one. Who knows what's going to happen? You know, if that's a precursor, what the rest of the year is going to look like. We're in for a wild ride, but I hope I'm wrong and none of this happens. I hope we live in peace and harmony and stay blissed out yogis the whole year. So, but nothing would surprise me. Let's say that.
yeah, don't need to attach to any egos, you know, like whatever they are. And that's all you hear on the news is that you
Yeah,
need to care about this. This is horrible. Feel bad, guilt, pain,
Yeah.
suffering,
yeah. Fear.
you know,
Yeah,
worry, agony, you know, anxiety. That's basically what you can translate what you're saying. And you could
right.
just, no, I don't agree. I'm not going to feel that. I'm
Yeah.
not going to
Nothing
feel that.
positive.
I'm just going to turn it off, you know? So yeah, I don't, misery loves company and I don't love misery. So I will just let them be in misery by themselves.
Yeah. Like I said before, I wear all white, so I don't want to roll in the mud with the pigs and get my clothes dirty. But yeah, they're out there. They're coming. So just put up your Kavachum shield. Like I say, like in our school, we give a shield mantra. It's called a Kavachum shield mantra. So before you go outside your house, just put up your shield. Get your mind ready before you turn on your TV or, I don't know, log on to YouTube or turn on the app, whatever. Just get it ready. They're coming.
I
Well,
don't know,
I'm gonna turn in, guys.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Good night. I
Hi,
enjoyed it.
Paul.
I'll
Nice to see
watch
you.
the
Good
rest.
night, Paul.
Thank you.
I'll send you the link to watch the rest of it on the
Perfect.
school chat.
Sounds good. Thanks. Good night.
All right, take care. Good
Hi,
night.
Paul. See ya.
I don't know, so I hear a lot of people, so-called spiritual people, they'll say that having children creates karma. But I'm
Mm.
curious, now that you're on the yogic path, um, and you know how to bring a child, would you have that opinion, knowing what you know now? Do you think that that creates karma, or would you not have kids?
No.
Exposes karma, not creates karma, I would say.
But
That exposes? Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Because
I would.
it's more responsibility, you know. So it can shine a light on more of your karma. But if you are not attached to any of that, you don't get any
Yeah.
more karma. You
Yeah.
know? That's what I
I
would
would say it's a blessing. I enjoy having a
yeah.
child, so
Mm.
it's a great thing. It opens my heart chakra, my anahata, for more capability for love. Right? It opens up when you have a child. It kind of enhances your unconditional love, because and you can't really realize that till you have a child. But like I would say, like my capability for love has been enhanced by having a child. So I would say it didn't create any karma for me. It kind of cleared the path for a more capability of love, unconditional love in my heart. You know, and it's hard to describe unless you have children, but I think it was the best thing. So if that karma, if having a child creating karma, I would do it over and over again. give me, give me that karma. You know, like I don't think I'm gonna have any more children, but I accept the job that I didn't look at it as a bad thing at all. I looked at it as a true blessing. So
Yeah, I look at my parents. Okay.
You create your karma, so it doesn't make sense
yeah,
for me about that question. Like you are the one creating it, so to have a child, that's not, I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's breaking my
Yeah.
brain. So I was just saying before that, you know, if you're in resistance to have a child, and you have a child, then that could expose the ego that's in resistance, right? But what Veda Guru Dev is saying is right, like because when you have a child, the child is completely innocent, especially when they're a baby, they're a blank slate.
right,
You know, we want to get to that state of zero, and when you look in their mind, they're at zero, they're at that state, you know, just because of,
right,
you know, their lack of development. It's a pure consciousness. So I don't understand how someone could think that it's going to create karma for you. Like you could, in resistance to having a child, create your own karma, but that's your free will that you are using to create that karma for yourself. Just the act of having a child is not creating any karma. You know, that's for you to decide whether you want to be in resistance to it or you want to fully embrace and see that divine innocence in the child. And then that's going to do the opposite. That's going to release your karma because you're going to see, you know, the innocence and the beauty of that and connect to that. So what Veda Guru Dev was saying is like, you can't really explain that feeling until you have a child and you connect to them, especially you know when they're born and you know in the very beginning it's a very magical sort of undescribable sort of thing. So
true.
But what if it's parents that weren't ready to have kids, and I don't know, they create karma that way. Like my mom, I don't know, I was, I'm the oldest of three kids, and I guess I was crying too loudly, and she slapped me across the face so hard she broke my nose. So
Mm.
I don't know, you create karma
karma
that
was
way.
already there, but it wasn't created, it was already there, you know? So like that's what I'm saying is that you're exposing it. So they weren't
Okay.
ready, right? And they had a baby, but that didn't just get created because you were born. That was there
Yeah,
already, you know.
Okay, I
Uh,
see what you're
but
saying.
but it's all good. Like you chose that experience, you know, to develop your soul, and you're here now, so that was great. So, but I think, yeah, that it was already created beforehand. It wasn't just magically created, you know, because of you. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I would agree.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
feel
that,
that with my parents as well. They weren't they weren't ready. I was the first child, right? They
yeah.
weren't ready, in my opinion, either. So, but that's what I chose. And now, after getting to this point, I can understand why I chose that, because
Yeah.
I needed a lot of I needed to see the opposite side of what's rational, what's balanced, and everything. And that taught me more about life and about myself than anything, actually. Like, for those moments when I was younger were very pivotal in my development and looking towards answers, which eventually developed into looking for spiritual answers. So, like, if I wouldn't have had that, if I would have been too comfortable, I probably would have had a more mundane life, and not, I would have been too comfortable, and so I wouldn't have been having to reach for God as much, right? And that's what Sri M was talking about in his satsang that I was watching, is that most people don't connect with God unless they're uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah.
they're
True.
in pain, it's like, I need you now, God. But once they're
Right.
comfortable, they don't need it anymore. Now he's good. Now they don't have a care in the world. So that's kind of like the greatest pointer, is to be uncomfortable and to have a difficult situation, because you want to reach your way out of that illusion,
Right.
more and
Mm.
more and more. And so that's why we put ourselves in these situations. And then I think you can detach from, like, the trauma or the perception of emotional things, because you're like, in the grand scheme of things, this is what I wanted. This is my destiny that I choose with my own free will. So I think, like, I think in our Western thinking, we kind of think of karma as something that we can't really get rid of, and it's sort of inevitable. But how we should be looking at it is, karma is free will in action. It's what actions we take, right? So if you look at it like that, then you completely control your destiny. You completely control your karma. It's not like, if you don't want it to be stuck to you, then do the work and it won't be stuck to you anymore. And it's that simple, I think.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, you made me think of something, Brian. I was thinking, if I picked my life, I picked a really hard one, but maybe it was a blessing to, like, get me
Yeah,
farther
definitely.
on the path.
True.
So,
Yeah. I
yeah,
know
and I
for
think,
sure with me, because, like, I'm like an airy mind person. My mind can go anywhere, so I really had to have something, like, kind of like wake me up at a deeper level, because I could have went in a million different directions if I didn't have that. But from a young age, I was like, okay, this is really important that I figure out why in the hell am I here?
yeah, why?
This
Yeah.
this is effed up. I need to figure this out
Yeah,
right now, and
Right.
if it's the last thing I do, right? So that, like, really focused my intent of this life, right? And helped guide it. Even when I got off the path, I kind of went back to that. Okay, I still need to figure out what I'm actually doing here. But if you're too comfortable, you're not probably gonna think that. You're just gonna, oh, whatever, just go to the football
Yeah.
game and,
yeah.
eat pizza and, enjoy with friends. So yeah.
Um, Mariana has a compliment for you, Brian. She says that you explain it best. I can't. LOL. So,
Thank you, Mariana. Appreciate it.
Brian definitely explains it the best. Well put,
But
Brian.
yeah, the curse is, like, when I say it to you, it sounds like good, but when I'm talking to myself in my own mind, it doesn't make any sense. So, but if I speak it out loud, I can understand myself better. But if I'm just hearing myself talk in my own
yeah,
mind, I'm having too many thoughts, and it's like, that's what is to be an air person, I guess. But it's like too many thoughts. So you gotta, like, grounding is a very important thing. Yeah, with me, because if I don't have that, yeah, it's just too much. Yeah, it's too overwhelming. So actually, the asanas are very important for me to do. Yeah,
yeah,
Mm.
because I really need that ground to earth and activity. Yeah, to get me grounded. So
yeah. I think the reason I didn't have kids, I think my mom. I mean, I felt like, what if I have in me what my mom had? What if I'll be like a terrible mother too? I think that messed me up. But now,
mm,
I don't think. I think I would have been a good mom, but it's too late now. But so I don't know. It's just something you learn about yourself.
yeah, it's different paths to get to the same place. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it's better. You have more time to focus on this, and you're doing the right thing, I think, right now. So if you post it 18 times, I'm feeling the Hanuman
What the
energy,
hell's wrong
and
with
you're
me?
gonna and you just keep saying Shri Ram, and you're gonna be like the top of the mountain with Shiva pretty soon. So
Yeah.
don't worry about it.
There's nothing wrong with you, Veronica. It's great. Post 10 million 100 times, you know. Did Mariana say something else, or
The last comment was that Brian explains it best. That was the last
I
one.
I think there's a long one before it, if I'm seeing it.
Oh, did I miss this? I think we are judged according to our actions, works, and if we act accordingly to love, heart, consciousness, we should be in
Mm.
balance. And yes, having kids particularly, I don't think it creates bad. I think she meant karma. She didn't. Oh wait, and then there was another message. Bad karma unless we step out of love at any point in time. Sorry, I missed your comment. I didn't see that.
Yeah. So if you act from a place of love, unconditional love, and the heart chakra, the anahata, you can never go wrong. So if you have children with
This
unconditional love, it's always great.
it's all about inner alchemy, about emotionality, you know? Like
True.
even if if you approach things appropriately, as Veda Guru Dev you said before, as an opportunity, everything is an opportunity. And if you
Right.
take that opportunity and then you make the most of it, it's going to elevate you, right? So you have opportunity. Every new situation that comes, you can either attach to your ego or you can detach from your ego and
Yeah,
connect to the blissful God place and dealing with that challenge. And so, like, I just can say from my own experience with health challenges, that's connected me with God more than anything because,
Mm.
that what doctors aren't telling you what to do. They're making you worse. They're like, who do you go? You don't have someone to reach out to. So inevitably you get to a point where you have to reach out to God, and that's also the great benefit to you because it strengthens that connection. But maybe someone else, maybe, and I could even say from my experience, I was in resistance for even doing like another form of Kriya yoga that wasn't really working, but I was in resistance. I was probably getting worse because I was in
Mm.
resistance to a certain challenge that I had. So it's all about, like, if you're having a child, if you're in resistance, yeah, you could use your free will to resist that and then grow karma, or you could use your free will to completely embrace it and accept it and feel the love. And then you're going to go in the opposite direction. So it's all you control
yeah.
everything. So
Yeah. Well said.
What would you say? A lot of people say that they talk to God all the time and God doesn't listen to them. What would you say to people that say that?
Well, I would say talking is somebody
Yeah,
reciprocating. so,
I don't know. I
so
think they want them
if you're
to
talking to God and he's not responding, it's not talking. It's a one-way conversation. It's like playing tennis with yourself.
I don't believe in God. They don't respond to me. And they're doing it wrong.
It's the wrong way to think of it. It's thinking of lack. Like the right way to say it would just be to just say it wholeheartedly with no expectations. They're hoping for an expectation from, like I always say, a God defined is a God confined, right? Like you're reaching way up the totem pole. Like just live in peace and harmony and align yourself with God with no expectations. And when I pray to all my deities or do puja, I don't have no expectations. I'm thanking them for the job they're doing. What do they have to do for me? Nothing. They've already done too much for me. So I remember people would ask me, do you want to see Babaji? I would like, no, I don't want to see Babaji. He's busy. He's got a lot of stuff going on. I'm good. I'm okay. Like, Babaji doesn't have to respond to me. So anytime he has responded to me, it's almost like a gift, like a treasure, right? Because I'm not asking for it. Like, anytime I got these messages from any deity, it's always been at a place of a wholehearted love and openness, right? I wasn't asking them for anything. Like I wasn't expecting anything. So when you expect something, you kind of block yourself. So I would just give wholeheartedly. And if you get something back, fine. If you don't, it's fine too. It's not necessary for God, the creator of us, all of us, to return your email. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, like
Right?
you didn't answer my prayers.
He's busy. Who knows where God is? He doesn't he doesn't play in your time constraints. Let's say it like that. And to think God is like, oh well, there's this guy named Vedguru Dev in Thailand, and I'm gonna call him today at 2 p.m. I don't think that's quite how it
Yeah.
works, and that comes from a place of lack and ego too. You know, like so. Always come from a place of abundance and love, and you'll be okay.
But on the other end, I have experienced kind of wanting to connect with God and Him connecting with me, or
Mm,
connecting with me, depending on what
yeah,
deity. But I don't have like a expectation when it happened. Like you need to connect with me, like it's required. You need to be on time, God. You know, you're 10 minutes late. It's not like
yeah,
that. It's like in the moment, I'm like I'm struggling, right? And I'm authentically reaching out to God. And
yeah,
and God can know if it's authentic or not. If it's like
right,
ego or if you really, you know, you really need help. So if you feel that you need help to get past something, you just reach out to God and you don't expect like a specific message. You don't expect like anything specific. You just want to connect with God. That's it. So you have the energy of like, please help me get over this, God. You don't have the energy of please give me the answer right now. I need to know in this format. Please control my hand and let me write down the answer. You know, like
Yeah.
so it's a different type of energy about that, you know, like but you should reach out to God when you have
right,
troubles. Any troubles, you should give all your pain and all your anxiety and all your worry and everything to God, and that's what we're doing through meditation as well,
true,
and doing bhakti and mantras is we're giving it all to God. So like yeah, so for you, Vedagradev, you probably are in a more comfortable state of bliss. But for me, when I have physical pain, I will reach out to God authentically like that. And then, yeah, a lot of times I won't get the response immediately. Sometimes I might, yeah, but I never know. So I just gotta be open to it at all times, you know? So, yeah.
yeah. And when you reach out authentically with an open heart and from a loving position, like needing real help, that's different than a place of lack or fear or this type of stuff. Because these higher level deities, they resonate on a higher frequency. So if you're resonating on a lower frequency, they can't hear what you're saying. So raise your vibration and give wholeheartedly. If you ask wholeheartedly, I don't see a deity rejecting your call for help. Let's say it like that.
And it's really like a challenge like that can separate your soul from your ego, you know?
Mm,
Um, it could grow your ego, but it could also separate it when you're being authentic and you have nowhere else to go and you're just authentically reaching out. That's like a real soul energy. That's a real spirit energy of, you know, purely want to connect to God, you know.
true,
Want to, and you know, you don't know how to get out of it, so you have no plan or whatever, just please God help me. And that's a very powerful connection. So you can use your challenges and your negative consequences to your own benefit, you know? And
Yeah.
yeah, and that's why a lot of us are in difficult situations in our life. It's for that very reason. You know, we don't want to be comfortable spinning around to this hamster wheel forever. So we need to, you know, fall off and bump our head and you know, think about why are we on this hamster wheel? What's the point of this? Should we
true,
keep going around, or is there more to this than I should know? You know, so it's very important to have these difficult situations.
Yeah. So pain
true.
has a purpose.
Mm. I'll be
Yeah.
right back here. I'm just gonna change something on my computer. 1 second.
Oh, I was gonna say it. I'm
Oh.
like, we already got our things at talking points. We think. Oh, you know what's something I've noticed? Like, I've been watching a lot of Shiva videos, and it seems
Yeah,
like
Shiva.
children and animals really love Shiva. They're
Yeah.
like the Shiva statue. I don't know what it is about Shiva statues, but they just love, yeah, animals and children.
Yeah, Shiva's just pure consciousness, so I love Shiva too. He's the greatest.
Yeah, I need to
So
learn more about Shiva.
Shiva is for everybody. So like, oh, here comes Brian again. Shiva is the highest. So yeah, he's the greatest. So when you go to India, they all the how could I say, the most used mantra that people always,
Yeah,
the go-to mantra they always use is Om Namah Shivaya. So
yeah,
that kind of sums it up. But when you go to different cities in India, they have different deities. So they might say Om Namo Narayana when like their god is Vishnu Narayana, or they have different deities. But yeah, so pretty much you can never go wrong with Om Namah Shivaya anywhere. So people
yeah.
blanketly probably love Shiva the most, the highest, but they love them all. But Shiva's regarded as the highest, let's say, in Vedic tradition.
Is he like a father figure? Is he seen like that too, or
Yeah, definitely. Shiva
yeah,
is the father of Ganesha, Maruga, and so like he is
yeah.
definitely a father figure. So the divine father would probably be the highest father is probably Shiva. Like I always
Mm.
say, Adi Yogi, which is the first yogi, Shiva. So
Okay.
he's
So
probably the
before
the first.
so before I knew about yoga, Hinduism, anything, when I was younger, and I connected to the Christian form of what you would say the Father God, and now I connect to Shiva, it's exactly the same thing. So it's
Yeah,
exactly
true.
the same thing, except for I realize it more. So it's more about your realization of it, you know? And that's what I feel. It's the all-encompassing energy of everything being connected and in complete peace with nothing, no action needed to be taken, nothing needing to be done, everything still, basically complete stillness and connectedness, oneness, you could say. That's what I feel when I feel Shiva. Yeah.
Mariana has a question for you. She wants to know if you've ever been to Angkor, Cambodia.
Oh, Angkor Wat, Cambodia. Yeah, I've
Oh,
been to it. Brian, have you been to Angkor Wat too?
Oh.
No, never. Yeah. So Cambodia, where I'm at, is 4 hours away by car. So it's pretty close. So I have been to Angkor Wat before. Yeah, it has good energy. It's Cambodians and Thai, especially on the eastern seaboard where I am at in Thailand, are pretty much the same. Like when you go to Phuket, like southern Thailand people are basically Malaysian, so it's kind of similar. There's this a line in the sand. So Cambodian, they celebrate Songkran, which is Thai New Year. Their writing is Sanskrit, which is similar. So they're pretty much Thailand. You know, and I would say the same for like Laos. I don't know, like Burma's more by you, Brian. What do you think of Burma?
I only was in Burma for like 10 minutes before, so.
No, I'm saying like, do you think they're like Thai-ish or similar or not really?
Uh, I don't know. I can't even think what a Burmese person would look like. But yeah, I guess
Uh-huh.
in how they look, they probably look similar, but probably different mannerisms, different culture. Yeah, but probably look
Yeah.
similar. But like when you first you're kind of like not cultured when you're only in USA and you haven't traveled at all. So any Asian person, you're like, oh, they're Chinese. Right.
Yeah.
And so
Correct.
my wife told me this many times, so it's kind of
Yeah.
reiterated in my head, but it's true because she went to USA before on
Yeah,
some of
yeah,
these before I met her. And oh, are you from China? And she's like,
yeah,
do you know of any Asian country that's not China? Can you name? So, so it's sort of like
Yeah.
people if you haven't traveled, you can't see the differences maybe as much because you don't focus on it as much. But
yeah,
yeah, there are discrete differences. Yeah. So now I can usually tell if they're from China or Japan or Korea,
yeah, yeah,
but not necessarily these smaller countries in Southeast Asia. I can't always tell the difference, honestly.
yeah.
So I'm not racist, but sorry, I can't always tell. So yeah.
Yeah, when I first came to Thailand, I was like, I know where Japan is at and China, but all the other stuff, who knows, you know? So like I actually had to go on a map and say, where's Thailand? Thailand, where? China? No, so I was like the same thing, like, like and when you go to Japan, they have this relationship with China where they don't like China and vice versa, right? So if you call a Japanese person Chinese, you might be fighting
Right.
because of
Yeah.
World War II or whatever kind of history they have. I don't know. They're not cool with each other. So,
Yeah. Same with
but
Korea. Yeah. I have a
yeah,
Korean friend as well. It's the same thing.
Korea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, yeah. So like, if you tell somebody, but that's the real American thing. Like my mother would be like, "Oh, you're Chinese." When she sees an Asian person, you'd be like, "No, I'm not Chinese. I'm Korean." Big difference. So yeah, but I understand because I was that way before I came to Thailand. Also, I was like, yeah, I guess all Asian people are Chinese or Japanese, And then once I got here, you figure it out, right? Like, you know.
Mm. I was just thinking, Vinegar Dev, have you ever been to Bali,
Yeah,
Indonesia
I've been
before?
to Bali. Yeah,
Did you
Jakarta,
s-
Bali. I've DJ'd there. Yeah,
did you see
yeah,
any of when you were there, did you see like the Hindu architecture and carvings and temples and stuff?
yeah. I saw them. So yeah,
So is there
cool.
I may go there, so I don't know if there's anything memorable from when you went there or whatever. I've seen some people go there on YouTube, and it's pretty incredible, some of the carvings alongside the river and
Yeah,
everything.
true.
So, but yeah.
I would say the thing I like the most in Malaysia, they have what's called a Bata cave. So like a lot of these Hindu people migrated from southern India, which is called Tamil Nadu, and they showed up in like Malaysia and India. So the king of the south of India is called Muruga, right? The god with he rides the peacock and everything. So they have a super high golden Muruga statue where he has his sword, the veil, it's called. So like I thought that was cool. Yeah, but yeah,
Mm.
they have a lot of great Hindu architecture, and all these people. They when I used to DJ in Singapore, they had a Murugan temple that I always went to, and
Wow.
their symbol is Om is different. It kind of looks like a skull, so it's like the Tamil Om symbol. So they had that symbol there, and they had a big statue of Muruga in there, so it was cool. Dancing Shiva was in there, so yeah, it was cool. So yeah,
Nice.
these Tamil Southern India's like the region of Southern India is called Tamil Nadu. So like these Tamil they also have a lot of Sitas from Tamil Nadu, so they say the Tamil Sitas. So like yeah, they all migrated over to Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. Like that's where they went to. So yeah, there's a lot of cool Hindu symbolism and temples over there for sure.
Mm.
Um, I was curious, do you know if Gandhi, he practiced Kriya Yoga too?
Yeah. So Gandhi in Autobiography of Yogi, uh, Yogananda initiated Gandhi
Oh,
into the practices of Kriya Yoga. So Gandhi is actually a Kriya Yogi in the real traditional sense. Like
oh
he's
wow.
been initiated. And the lake shrine, the place where they had the fires, there is Gandhi's ashes in Lake Shrine. So they
Oh
actually
wow.
have an urn, like a temple set up for Gandhi's ashes. It says, "Here is Gandhi's ashes." So I have some pictures of me standing in front of Gandhi's ashes. So
Wow, I didn't know that.
Wow.
yeah, so he is actually a Kriya yogi in the super initiated sense. I mean, if you're initiated by Yogananda, you're high up the ladder, let's say. So
Yeah.
yeah, they have pictures, videos of him and Gandhi together. So yeah, I would say he's a Kriya yogi.
Yeah. I don't know. It's yeah, Gandhi. I've like always loved his quotes, and that was like years, 20 years ago. I like this guy Gandhi, but yeah.
Yeah, Gandhi's the greatest. You know.
Yeah. And it's a example of how uh you do the best in your life and that can change the world. You don't try to change the world outside of yourself,
True.
you know? And he's a great example of that. So
Yeah, he's a great example of how to cultivate ahimsa, nonviolence, to achieve your means, no matter what
mm,
happens in the
Yeah.
external world. And a lot of these yogis were like that, like Ramayana Maharishi. He was in such a deep state of samadhi that even if rats ate his body, he wasn't affected by it. So these yogis reach a higher state where they're not swayed by fear or violence or jail or whatever.
mm.
They're vibrating on a ahimsa, non-violence frequency to achieve their means, which is, I would say, effective. Because if you go to India right now, all their rupees, Gandhi's on all their money. So still carrying the pointer, the fountainhead, the tradition of ahimsa, non-violence into 2025.
Yeah, and who knows if they didn't have Gandhi, what would have happened in terms of the politics, and India wouldn't
Yeah.
have been India. And we
Right.
would maybe these ancient practices would have been diminished or destroyed or buried or hidden or whatever. So
True.
like just one person connecting with God can affect everything because we are everything. So if we come to that realization, there's no limit on what you can achieve. So
True. Well put, Brian. Yeah, so for sure. Gandhi. Jai Gandhi.
Yeah. Sorry.
If it wasn't for him, like Brian said, India would probably still be a British colony. Who knows, you know?
Mm,
So
yeah.
one guy vibrating on a Himsa frequency of nonviolence changed the whole world and changed the world geographically. Because I'm sure the British colony didn't want to give up India. So,
Yeah, I was thinking
but
about that, like the fact that there's not a traditional system of healing and stuff in most places because it's all been, destroyed, the history and
true.
stuff. Like in India has that, China has that, although they did have political revolutions to kind of destroy that, but they still have it, right?
Yeah.
You still can know about acupuncture and other things from that, so that's good that survived. But in a lot of places, I mean, the British Empire was not exactly enlightened by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, these weren't they like they were having scurvy on their boats? They didn't know anything about health, well-being, spirituality. It seems like when you read about that, it seems like they're just bent for power and domination, and
Mm,
and that kind of brought them to America and kind of brought that consciousness there. And then there was kind of a rebirth of more freedom, sort of a different sort of Christian sort of ideologies that came from America. And so eventually that was sort of rooted out, that lower consciousness. But if nothing rooted that out, like we would be in a different world now, And so it's people standing up, whether it's people in America, they wanted to flee there, but a lot of these people, they had strong religious convictions, but not in as much of a dogmatic way. That there was, I mean, it could be a dogmatic way, but they were connecting with God legitimately, and that's why they wanted to, escape and have a free way to do it. So, their government wasn't looking over their shoulder about how they can, connect with God. Like they have to do it, but you have to do it through the Orthodox Church or something. Like they could
Mm,
be more free to do that. So like different things in history by brave individuals that I feel like did connect with divine. They didn't, like Vinegar, whatever you're saying with Gandhi, they didn't care about fear anymore. Like they're over that. And so when you
right.
don't care about fear and these lower egos, you can stand up to powers because you know that
True.
it's all a big projection. Like they're making themselves out to be this big empire, this big thing, or whatever empire is in the past. Um, People are going to think I'm anti-British now or something, but but every empire, the American Empire too, more recently, like taking
Yeah.
over, going into Iraq, the more ancient empires, it's all the same consciousness of we're big, we're strong, we're going to take you over. And it's usually like, one person that can lead many people because these people are divinely connected with God and realized with God. So like yeah, you have all that power inside of you, everyone, so if you realize that it can change you and then change everything around you, just like when we do Kriya Yoga, we at least me, I feel better, and everyone around me can feel better because it's like a wave of energy, of positive energy that's radiating outwards.
Yeah.
And so like you're kind of like a beacon of light, and like where many people are blind, at least you can see a little bit better. And so it's kind of like yeah, it enlightens the world in a way if they're open to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Um, Mariana, she wants to know, what about the pyramids in Egypt? And if yes, did you go inside of the pyramid? Did you feel any supernatural presence, connection, or energy? Did you meditate there?
Yeah, so I have been to the pyramids of Giza. On my DJ Instagram, I have pictures of me on a camel and standing in front of it. And I did go in there and meditate, but it was more earlier on my journey, so not recently, but yeah, it has good energy. The Egyptians were definitely high conscious people, and you could feel that in their presence in the pyramid, in their energy. So I did say mantras in the I don't even know what you call it. I guess it was called the King's Chamber or something. So there was good energy. There was good vibrations. It's it's incredible how these pyramids were set up. So it was I I can't even explain it. Like like the Sri Yantra, in our school we have pyramid of light meditation. So like these pyramids really cultivate and rise the energy. So I would say I took it more for granted, but now that I look back on it, it was definitely a profound experience.
Uh, she's, uh, she says, "Am I being annoying with my questions? I am
No.
sorry." Yes, that's what I said. I'm sorry.
That's
This
pretty
is
clear, right?
yeah. I know they're
Absolutely
off
not.
topic a bit.
More
I love
questions.
your
No, keep it
questions.
going.
Yeah, I love your questions too. Send me more. There is never no annoying. There is never no judgment here at the Kriya Yoga School. Send them over. Paul has some off-topic questions sometimes too. It's all good. We answer those as best as we can too. So, whatever questions you have, there's no annoying. There's no judgment. There's nothing of that here. Only pure love. So send over whatever you have. I'll try my best to answer it. Or Brian or Veronica would try their best to answer it.
Yeah, I know in the beginning I was self-conscious. I'm like, I have such kindergarten questions, but you're like, no, they're great questions.
Yeah, no
So,
kindergarten questions. I mean, when I first started, I had way worse questions than anybody. Like, now that I look back, they were totally ridiculous. But my guru, he answered them the same way with love and like blissful thought filled comments. So it was great.
oh, I see another question. Let me think. Is there a secret about death that we should know about?
Well, I don't know because I've never achieved
Yeah.
that. I've probably achieved that many times, but I can't remember what the secret was. Maybe that's why I'm back here. If I knew the secret, I
Yeah.
wouldn't be back here. So I'm still trying to figure that out myself. I would just say, if you feel like you're transcending your physical body, just stay in a blissful, happy state. You can never go wrong. When you transition in a state of fear, maybe you carry that with you. Maybe you don't. Who knows? So just be happy. Congratulations. You're taking the golden flight. So my mother is getting up there. She's like 80 years old now, and she's like, I give her this advice, like, congratulations, you've won the lottery. You're taking the golden flight. Enjoy it. Do not transition with any fear or any guilt or any of those lower emotions. Just transition, go to your happy place and enjoy the golden flight, you know? So I would just say transition with a big smile on your face. You can never go wrong.
Yeah.
That's the way I plan on transitioning from this physical body. Like, yes, I finally won the lottery. Let's go. You know, I'm coming home, Baba G. You know, I'm traveling light. No baggages, no guilt, no fear, no anxiety, no depression, nothing. Only blissful, happy state. And I practice this before I go to bed. I try to achieve what's called a state of Turiya, which is a blissful state, like I say, the breathless state of communion with God. I mean, you're not breathless. You're breathing thin and light. So it's like samadhi. You're sun tanning in the grace of God. So that would be the best way to transition, like, you know. And hopefully, who's ever waiting for me on the other side would be like, this guy gets it. And I'll be like, all right, I learned my lessons. Coming home, you know. Please don't
So
send me back to that place if you can.
so let's say like that's why we do our practice is
Hmm.
to get to the point where it doesn't seem like a transition.
True.
Because there is no transition. That's in your mind. Your mind is
Right.
separating things. Like, now I'm alive, now I'm dead. No, you're always alive. This is an
Right.
illusion. This is a test to see. And the test it basically is to get to that point where you're so always in a state of enlightened consciousness of samadhi that there is no difference, there is no transition. It's just, oh, well, I don't have my physical body, but that wasn't real anyway. So there's no difference. So if you're
Yeah. True.
self-realized, there's no difference when you die, right? It's just,
Yeah.
yeah, I was wearing that suit and now I'm not wearing that suit.
Yeah.
Like Vader
True.
Dev, you're a DJ one day and then you're a yogi, you're a dad, you change different suits at different things. We all change different suits. It's just like changing a little bit heavier of a suit. And but if you're enlightened, it's not going to feel heavy either because everything's all, merged into everything else. So I think it's just once you get to that point where you don't feel there is a transition, that's where you want to be. So
Yeah. That's well put, Brian. Yeah. Absolutely. All these practices get you into a state of self-realization. So when the when you transcend your physical body, it's like another day at the office because you've already got yourself into that mindset and you're not in that duality mindset. You like they always say in yoga, they say neti neti, which means not this, not this. So they always look at their body as like changing clothes, like, all right, well, I'm gonna change my shirt today, you know, new shirt or maybe no shirt, we'll see. You know. So yeah, these kriyas and these techniques get you into that mindset where it's it's not a harsh transition. It's a easy transition because you've already trained your body to, or your mind or your inner self to be aware of this. Most people aren't aware. That's why it's harsh. But when you're
Yeah.
aware, it's like almost like another day at the office. Like, cool, you know. I got all these techniques. Which one is best to transition? This one. All right, good. Let's take the divine flight. Right? It's like enjoying your going to Disney World with no
Yeah.
baggage. Right? Like better than Disney World. Like I don't even know what you would say. Like congratulations, you won the golden ticket. You're taking the divine golden flight. Like, let's go. I've been waiting for this my whole life. Like I burned as much karma as I could. I helped people selflessly as much as I could. I filled up as many Kriya Yoga cups as I could. All right, let's go. You know? Hopefully I don't have to come back, but if I do, I accept that wholeheartedly too, We'll see. So I whatever it is, I put a big smile on my face and enjoy it. That's the best advice I could say. So enjoy the golden flight, enjoy everything. Even this 3D Maya external world, I enjoy it. So I see the beauty in the stars and the trees and the animals and everything has its beauty if you could see God in everything and everywhere. So that's what I would say. Just same way I wake up is the same way I transition, with a big smile on my face. Like,
Yeah.
woo, hallelujah, another day at the dance.
No,
Or
I think
hallelujah, I'm out of here.
So if you
Yeah,
feel like God is with you and you're already you're seeing your higher self, you're connecting with your higher self, then when you transition, there's nowhere to go. You already are embracing your higher self, right? But if it's the opposite where you are resistant to that and you pass, then you're going to be hoping maybe. You're gonna, oh, I wonder what's gonna happen. Is this gonna be good? Is it gonna be bad? Am I gonna go to hell? Am I gonna go to heaven? Am I gonna go to purgatory? Am I gonna be stuck? Where am I going? Again, if you have that sort of ego consciousness that you're not there yet, that hopefully you'll get there, but you're not there yet, then you're projecting into another incarnation. You're projecting into another life, which is fine too if you need that. But it's just like the reality. So once you can see your ego as illusionary and look past it every time, I think that is the goal. And then it's not going to be a challenge when you die. You already know that side, because surely the ego will still be around the corner being like, yeah, come over here, go to this blue light or whatever, whatever it is. This is a cool light, right? And you just ignore, just like in meditation, you just ignore your thoughts. It's the same thing. You just ignore that. You just naturally gravitate to where you organically, your source organically is, towards your higher self. So I feel like it's not a struggle. It's not like a mind sort of thing you have to worry about. Like, I hope I study for the test of life, and before I die, I like know all the answers. So like when the archons come to me, I can say, oh, that's A, that's B, that's C, the answer is D. And
Yeah,
oh, okay, you can pass. It's not like a mental game. It's not like you have to, it's like you have to self-realize it's deeper than the mental sort of consciousness. So like all you can do is just do the practice and come closer to God, come so close to God that you don't see anything different between you and God, basically.
true. Well put, Brian.
it's something we all have to face, but there's a lot of fear in it. But I agree with you, Brian. We have somebody new who's called Suck It and the band. The Beatles debunked all this when they came back from India and wrote their book.
I don't
Okay,
think you
what
read
did
his full
the
title up there, his name, but
Oh, is that the name of the? Okay.
I think he has a different name for chicken in his band, but I'm just guessing.
Oh,
is
Suck It
It
that?
and the
starts with a
Chicken
C.
Band. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay,
Anyways,
all right, that's an interesting name. Suck it. All right.
Okay.
The Beatles debunked all of this when they came back from India and wrote the book. Okay, I would like to know what they've debunked, so I could be more clear. Please clarify what they debunked. But yeah, the enlightened masters, the Beatles, they make good songs, but I don't know what they can debunk.
we'll find out.
Yeah, we will soon find out. So if you like to uplift yourself with the practice of Kriya Yoga, join the Kriya Yoga School, kriyayogamasterclass.com. So Suck it. Even though you have an interesting name, we'll still welcome you with open arms to our community. So, yeah, we have a community. We uplift each other. We answer all questions. So, even your question, suck it, I will answer it as best as I can, with no judgment. So, whatever the Beatles debunked, please put it in the YouTube comments so I could figure out how get more clear on my answer.
You can
I've
tell
never
Chad. I'm
read
sure
the.
I'll do a video on it.
Yeah, if we only
I've
had
never.
Chad.
I've never read the Beatles book, so I have no clue what they debunked.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully he'll expand on that. I don't know.
That sounds like a nice clickbait title. What the Beatles debunked. Yeah.
Oh, clickbait, yeah. Like, yeah. What the Beatles debunked. Okay.
The enlightened Beatles, their mysterious book, and
The
unveiled in this
enlightened
video.
Beatles, they have
I
the
need to
secrets
find
to
this
the
book.
universe. Yeah, what is the name of the book, actually? That's a
Yeah,
good
I don't.
question.
Oh, same thing.
Yeah, I don't know the name of the book.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't say. Oh,
All right,
maybe they
I
left.
think we need
The
to.
name of the book is called.
I think we
Suck
need to
It
move on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
moving
Yeah.
on. Oh, okay. Well,
Okay, here's a question that you probably don't have an answer for, but do you think this is the only realm that we reincarnate in?
I don't know. It's hard to say because there's limited knowledge of this.
Yeah.
Like, it and reincarnate. Maybe when we reach another level, we don't come back to this level. And if you reach another level, is it possible to physically die and reincarnate in that level? I don't know. Like, Yukteswar said in his book when he came back to Yogananda that he was in a different realm, but it didn't have no mention of reincarnation. So, does he stay in that realm till he
Yeah.
goes to another realm, or does that the permanent realm? I mean, that's hard to say. So, but he said it was a peaceful, harmonious realm. So, hopefully, our Kriya yogis can all achieve that realm.
Yeah.
Well, didn't Sri M talk to the Naga, right?
Good one. Right.
Right? And so they had a civilization as well of enlightened beings. So I don't know if these
True.
are astral or how you define realm. That's kind of difficult to define maybe.
Right.
But yeah, I would say like in my intuition there are many forms of expression. Like whatever we can imagine, there's even more than that. Right?
Right.
So if you imagine a mermaid, I'm sure there's like a mermaid world. If you
Right.
there's probably a world for everything and more than you can imagine. It's just but you don't need to focus on that really because that's kind of just for games and lower consciousness stuff, because if you
Yeah.
just want to, it's better to just blow past all of that because that's just kind of a distraction. I feel like maybe there's worlds that are easier, but if this world is the world that can get you to transcend everything, then this is the right one. So yeah. And
True.
and Paul's talked about that he said that different people I don't know if it was uh, the yogis or yoginis or whoever he goes to see, um, but I feel like he said before that the Earth is like a great challenge, and so if you go here, you're kind of like you're really taking like a difficult responsibility, but you're doing so, because there's greater benefit to that, greater benefit and possibly transcending. So I feel like this is probably maybe a difficult world more than others, but maybe it's a more effective world than
Yeah.
others, and but either way, you just embrace wherever you are now and then you just use that to elevate yourself. So
Yeah. Well put.
Yeah. Yeah, knowing that, I think that I would choose to reincarnate if that would like help move me up the karmic wheel, or get rid of some of my bad karma. I would choose it. I don't know. A lot of people say that this world is so terrible, but I think it's not terrible. It's just here to like help evolve our soul. That's my feeling. That's what my intuition's saying.
it just
Yeah.
depends how you look at it. You can look at the glass half full or half empty. So if you enjoy the beauty that is free right outside your window, then you'll be in a blissful, happy place always. So you don't want to like, I'm trying to burn all my karmas from all incarnations. I'm not trying to create more. So like that's why I'm always enjoying the present moment. Like I always say, the future is imagination, the past is memory. We stay fixed and anchored in the present moment. So just like I just said, wake up with a smile on your
Yeah.
face, enjoy the beauty that's out there. What these poop throwing monkeys and pigs are doing rolling in the mud, who cares? You know, that's not my perception. I don't I be the best yogi and do the inner work I can in this present moment, and that's what uplifts me.
Yeah, and I
And
think
that's
if our
I feel
intention,
like exactly what you said, Veronica, is my discernment as well, is that it's set up to help us evolve. Because how
Right.
can we evolve if we don't have contrast, if we don't see differences? It's
True.
impossible, because then you're just stuck if you don't see any differences. You have no other way to perceive or elevate yourself. And so when we die, I say we're kind of I kind of feel like, some people talk about the afterlife, the astral afterlife, but I kind of feel like it's all just sort of like a it's like a temporary illusion that you're just stuck in, basically, and that's why you have to come back, right? Like, a lot of people want to say, like, it's evil, and they're going to send you down back here because it's evil, right? But I think that's too simple. Like, that's
yeah,
coming from an ego of fear, and it's coming from an ego that doesn't want to take responsibility for your own life and your own experience and your own everything, right? So I feel like it's sort of like a purgatory if I'm just dangling around these afterlife realms and whatever. I feel like you're kind of stuck there. So you can see, like, how everything is set up here. Like, we have we have different days, we have different weeks, we have different months, we have different seasons, we have different astrological energies that come in every year, every 10 years, every 20 years, every 100 years. We have different yugas, and every
Mm.
yuga has a different energy for different consciousness to come in, right?
Yeah.
And so everything is always evolving, everything is always changing, and I feel there's a grand purpose of this. It's not just random. We just had a big bang and this just randomly happened like this. It's all consciousness driven, and that we need to see a contrast. So we have, even if you just focus on this earth realm or this experience, even just staying here and going through all the yugas, going through all the historical periods of time, there's many different forms of consciousness that you could incarnate in, and they're all like unique different challenges. So why would you need to have unique different challenges? Well, it's so you can see a part that you don't embrace as yourself, and
True.
maybe you need this experience now, or you need this experience, and that's why, we have multiple lives. We have to learn to embrace everything as God. And so a lot of times, unfortunately, that probably takes more than one life. But if you understand that now, then that's like half the battle, is just understanding
yeah,
that. And then the next part is just you do the work, and that's it. So it's very simplistic once you can understand that, and like
yeah,
dedicate yourself to doing Kriya or doing whatever spiritual work you want to do.
yeah. I think if all of this was set up to like evolve my soul, then it's easy to forgive everybody that I guess so-called hurt me, and I can just
Mm.
let
Yeah,
it go.
Yeah.
yeah. Because it'd be worse if it was like, it was like, here, you get everything free, everything's wonderful. That's actually like a
Right.
hell, if you think about it. Because, like, there's no there's no change, like,
Right.
nothing is different. Nothing's exciting because you always know what to
Yeah,
expect.
it's
Like,
boring.
that actually is hell. Uh, and I'm trying to think, there was a show on that. What is that old show? I'm trying to think. You can come back to me, but I have to think about it. But there's a show there's an episode of it, and the guy, he thinks he's in heaven because he died, and he can get like all the women and stuff, and like he gets like a free mansion or whatever,
Oh,
and he goes to
I
play.
know what you're talking about. Twilight Zone, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Or
that's
what-
Twilight Zone. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
saw in
yeah,
that
yeah,
episode.
you're right.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's like he thinks he's in heaven, right? Because he died, he gets everything he wants, right? He goes to
Right,
play, he goes to gamble and he wins every time, and he gets like
right.
everything he wants. And then he's like, and then at the very end, he's like, who said this is heaven? The other guy. He's like, I
Oh,
didn't think heaven would be
Yeah,
like this. And he's like, who said this is heaven or something like that.
yeah, yeah,
oh
yeah.
So what they're
wow.
Exactly.
implying is it's actually hell, right? So, you know, if you're stuck in like something that has no contrast, you have no
Right,
ability to elevate yourself out of that, and you're stuck in this level of just monotonous similarity. So, like that's why we need this contrast. That's why we need to be in poverty, or we need to have this difficult situation,
right.
or whatever, because these are all helpful in our growth, our spiritual growth, right? So, all of
Yeah.
you soul trap people, just listen to that and think
Yeah.
about
True.
that.
Yeah. Enjoy the journey.
Okay. Yeah. Put that in
Ponder
your
on
pipe and
that.
smoke it.
Yeah.
Stop whining about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to accept it. Accept your life. Uh,
I don't know. I guess like my last thought is like I really love saying I
Yeah,
say it all the time, but I don't. Is there anything even more powerful than that? Because it just feels so good, and then I'll like see babies when they're crying. Somebody will be like, and the baby will stop
yeah,
crying. There's just
yeah. Yeah, I would say Om is a primordial sound, so it's you can never go wrong with Om, you know? So like I would always say Om. Like that's always a good go-to it to say anytime. So it like I always say every mantra starts with Om. So
yeah,
it's like opening the universe, the primordial sound, like it's attuning yourself and aligning yourself with the universal consciousness. So like is I would say that you can never go wrong with Om. It's always a great thing. Like these other mantras are more specific. It's like a phone number. Like Om opens the phone line. Om is like one, right? Like if you type 1310 or then the area code. The other bijas are like the area code and then the direct phone number. So Om, you can never go wrong because you're just kind of attuning with the universe, I would say. So
yeah,
yeah, Om is outstanding.
yeah. Like in this room, I have my plants, and I started practicing, and like all of these have Om in them, and it's like the plants are starting to grow better. So it's like I feel like plants and animals, like they just vibrate. They know what it. I don't know. They can feel it, but there's something to it.
Yeah, outside my house, I had a tree that was dying. It was turning orange in the front of my yard, and I moved it to the middle of my yard where I sing my bhajans and my songs, and it grew so big, it grew bigger than my house. I had to actually cut it down because it was breaking the wall. It grew so big,
It's so
and
powerful.
like when I said these mantras, these squirrels and these animals, they all kind of I have an audience. They're just kind of looking at me. They enjoy the vibration. One time I was doing the yagna and it was like I looked over and there was four cats like lined up just sitting there listening. And I was like, "Oh, cool," you know? So, yeah, so Om is very powerful.
Yeah.
And it's no accident why that's the first mantra, the first syllable, sound syllable, the bija of all these mantras, because they're leading off with the most powerful.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, that's all my thoughts for tonight's Satsang, unless you have something, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know. I never plan anything
Yeah.
Yeah,
anymore. So
yeah,
it
me
just kind
neither.
of, yeah, it just happens. I mean, I do,
Yeah.
we were talking before, like I do sometimes write things down, but I do just to kind of get it out. I don't really review it because it's already in my head. I just kind of like, let's get that out of
Yeah.
on
Yeah, yeah.
paper or on something, you know? So I'll just look at what I wrote down, but I've just been realizing about you just need to pair focus with relaxation.
Yeah.
and love for God. Like that's kind of what it boils down to for me,
True.
right? Because if you have relaxation, but you're not focused, say you're like watching TV and you're lost in the show and you're not conscious, you're not present, then you're not
Yeah.
going to be channeling the energy, right? So you have one
True.
element, but you don't have the other element, right? But if you have relaxation and you also have great focus, that's when you really can channel the energy. And if you have real relaxation and you have focus and you have bhakti
Mm.
and wanting to connect with God, then you have like all three of the things that you can best channel the
True.
energy. So yeah, that's kind of my realization. You need all of those things, because if you don't have focus, your energy is kind of going to be all over the place. And so I think that's a lot of people are like that because like with social media and stuff, they might be in a sort of state of relaxation, but at the same time, it depends like what you're looking at on your phone. Like maybe you're looking at the news. Oh, Trump, Biden, now you're
Yeah.
in a state of stress, and but it's probably like you're somewhat relaxed because you're in your sofa, but at the same case, there's like some inner anxiety in the background, and so it's not a real form of relaxation. So I think we get stuck in these levels of unconsciousness basically, and we get comfortable in them. And then that
Yeah.
just thickens the ego box around us. So I think whether you're watching TV or something or whatever, just have an intent and have a great focus of what you want
Mm.
to get out of that. Don't
True.
just like watch unconsciously. Don't do things unconsciously because then you're not gonna it's not gonna be worth it for you basically. And I noticed that with like I can't really watch sports anymore
Mm.
that I'd like to watch in the past. I can't do it because
Yeah.
if I do, it's too much of an ego thing. Like I want this team to win, I don't want this team to win. And
Yeah.
that's like the definition of the ego. It's like I'm on this side, you're on this side. Please win, please
True.
don't win.
True.
And that breeds unconsciousness basically. Like when you get stuck in that sort of mind
Mm.
set. And so that's been my realization too. Like even watching extended highlights for like basketball, I can get unconscious. So
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
kind of been like getting myself out of that because like it's not a bad thing to do anything. You can watch whatever you want, but you want to do things that uplift you and keep you conscious and keep you focused. Right. And so and like doing my own work, actually I do have that focus. I'm more in control. My intention is clear. And that's a way actually I can flow God through my work. And people might think like I'm too busy to do Kriya yoga, like I have too busy of a job. Well,
Mm.
that's fine because you're focused with your job. That's good. You can flow God through that focus in your job because everything's a form of meditation, you know? And so you can do like a 5-10 minute meditation in the morning before you go to work. And then you can use that focus to let God work through you naturally in your job or whatever your focus is. You don't have to go to the Himalayan mountains and meditate, all your life or something. Like
True.
it'll just happen naturally if you do the practice and you won't have to think about it. And it's actually better if you don't think about it because
Yeah.
these people who they have too much time on their hands, the ego can take that time and use it against you basically, you know? And so I think it's important to be engaged in whatever you're doing. But while you are in that engagement, just have a level of ease and relaxation at the same time and basically acceptance of where you are because we talk about the consciousness of like the business sort of ideology and it's all like forceful. It's all like I need to work
True.
harder, I need to push harder, go go go, there's no relaxation, there's no balance to it. And I feel like that's just a recipe for disaster anyways, and it's not efficient because you're going to burn yourself out, and
Mm.
then you burn yourself out and you develop health issues and now you're back where you started. It's even more difficult to work. So I feel like if you just approach everything in a relaxed, focused way, it's going to make everything more seamless and you're going to have less problems. And and I know firsthand about that because I had all the problems. So
Yeah, I
Well
think I
put,
just wrote
Brian.
that down. I'm gonna try that. Being focused, relaxed with the bhakti.
mm.
Yeah. I never thought about that. That's good. You
Right
just
now,
opened my mind.
right, right now you
Blow
have a
your mind.
very
Yeah.
right now you have a very nice Mataji Shakti mantra that will
Yeah.
help
Perfect.
you get into that bhakti state.
Yeah.
Brian has a very nice Ganesha Shakti mantra also. Clear remover of all
Yeah.
obstacles, clearing all the blocks.
Mm. And that's why Tritak is
Yeah.
so powerful too, because that it's getting you to focus, and then
Mm,
once you accept that you're just doing Tritak, your ego can't really shift your focus as much
true,
because your intent is so simple that the ego can't penetrate it. It's like simplicity is where the power is, not complexity.
true.
When your only intent is clearly, I'm going to focus on this post outside, and that's all I'm going to do. It's a white post. I'm going to focus on it. I have no other intention. That's
Right.
it. Like like if you can maintain that focus, the ego cannot get in there. And then eventually, when I was doing this more, I haven't done it for a while, but when I was doing this more, it's like eventually you expect the peace to come. You know it's going to come. So at first the ego is telling you, why are you dumb? What are you doing focusing on this post? What's
Yeah.
going on? People are looking at you like they're gonna think you have a mental disorder, right? That's the ego. It's like blah blah blah. But once you can like blast past that and just be aligned with your intent and just do it in that simplicity, then like you can expect like the peaceful bliss energy to start flowing through you. And so once you like get accustomed to that, then you want to do Tritak, you want to do it more because you know what's going to happen, right? You know what the end result of that is. So then you can trust, by your experience to keep doing it. Because if you don't have any trust and you don't have any experience in it, it's like, what am I doing? This is pointless. I'm staring at a wall. What's going on? So,
Yeah. True.
yeah. So it's all about perspective. You need to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, what you were saying about sports and the ego, I was just thinking about a story. This guy's team lost, and he was so upset that he beat up his girlfriend. And it was just like you're
Mm,
that attached to your game. I don't know.
Mm,
It's just crazy. And it's
yeah.
just like
Mm.
it wasn't you that lost; it was the team. But yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
Well,
Like
Yeah. Mm.
this past Saturday, my team lost in the playoffs. I just said, all right, well, better luck next year.
yeah,
I'm not on the team. I'm not too attached to it. This doesn't define my soul. Water under the bridge.
yeah. You're not gonna beat anybody up.
Oh, I'm not even gonna think about it 10
Yeah,
seconds after it happened.
yeah,
Like, well, all right, well, turn the TV off. Turn the TV off.
yeah,
So that's my
Yeah.
theme this year. Yeah, my soundtrack is Kendrick Lamar. Turn the TV off. That's my song. That's my jam. So yeah, so and you kind of look back at it like, yeah, it's a good reminder that none of this defines my soul, and none of this really serves me in the present moment. It's just candy or popcorn in the present moment. It's just some pictures passing by my screen. It doesn't
yeah,
affect me. I'm not on the team. I don't have no expectation of outcome. Whatever. It's like trying to change the end of a movie. You're not going to change the end of the movie. It's going to happen the way it happens. So just be detached witness and don't get too attached to it.
yeah,
If your team loses and you beat up your girlfriend, you're wrong, right? Because you're taking this way too far. Like, like you're not on the team. Why are you so emotionally attached to some kind of outcome that you can't control, right? So that person needs to look in the mirror and be better. Like,
yeah,
I'm wrong. Like, why do I care so much about what dress Kim Kardashian wears to the Grammy or who's president or whatever? Like, I'm wrong. I'm too attached to the narrative. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid too much. So yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, there's many
So,
forms of it's all like ego addiction, everything except for like samadhi and being in this peaceful state. It's all different forms
yeah.
of ego addiction about
Yeah.
like identity and what you're connected with. And
True.
so like there are many addictions that are viewed as unacceptable, but there are also many more addictions that are viewed as acceptable
mm,
True.
in our conditioning,
yeah,
right? So if you want to cheer for your team, that's an acceptable addiction. Okay.
Right.
If you want to drink coffee every morning, oh, that's acceptable. I accept you out
Yeah.
of that addiction that you have. That's great. Caffeine is a better drug. That's a good drug. Okay. Good drug. Okay.
Right.
If you do ayahuasca, that's probably not very accepted in this culture. But whatever, it's all a drug, right? You're getting addicted to a certain mind fixation, which is a drug. Like the drug is inside you, basically. It's this incessant attachment to something. So whatever it is, it's your sports team or it's some dogma you have or whatever. It's all the same thing. It's all ego addiction, So like
Yeah.
Kriya yoga can break you out of that,
I'm
Like if I
addicted
didn't
to
have
Kriya
Kriya
yoga.
yoga, yeah, if I didn't have Kriya yoga, I wouldn't be able to just say, I'm not going to watch that game anymore.
Right.
I wouldn't be able to do it because I can't explain it. But when you Vedic like when you really are for the team and it's like, it's impossible to detach yourself in that moment when you're too, the history about the team and yeah, all the
Yeah.
players and
Right.
the story of every player off court, on court, his strengths, his
Right.
weaknesses, it's like you are becoming that, you know, and so you create your identity that's not just you. Now my identity is I am this team,
Yeah.
right?
True.
So we can say that's why I say my team. It's my team. My team is winning,
Right.
right? It's mine,
Right.
right? So that's what the
Yeah.
ego is saying. Come on, I own this. It's mine, right? And so you're
Yeah.
just adding more karma, right? So these
Mm.
people that are connected to a team and they make a big deal if they win or lose, they're attached to the karma of that team or of that
Yeah.
ideology, and that's important to realize. And so if you have cultivate your own strength through Kriya Yoga, you can step away from your sports addiction and just look the
Right.
other way and save your energy because it's so funny. Like I don't care about football really. Thankfully, I used to a little bit more, but I haven't cared
Yeah.
about American football for a long time. But I'm from Minnesota, and people are crazy about the Vikings, right?
Yeah.
And they are notorious for doing pretty well, but always doing bad in the playoffs. Probably your team too. I don't know. Or actually,
Yeah.
you've won Super Bowls, right? With the Steelers, right? But the Vikings have
Yeah.
never won a Super Bowl, right? They've been in some, but they've never won. And so there'll be like people just clinging on to it, like, win one Super Bowl before I die, please.
Uh.
and they always like disappoint you. So this year I think they only lost like 2 or 3 games, and then they lost the first game of the playoffs.
Yeah. They just
And so it's like
lost this
all
week.
this build up. Yeah,
They lost on Monday to the Rams, right?
yeah.
LA Rams. Oh
So
well. It
yeah,
one and done, same as me.
yeah. But it's all this, like, so much goes into it. Like people will show up for training camp before the season even starts. They will
Right.
go to like get autographs, go see them practicing to figure out who's going to be on the final roster, who's going to make the cut. They're going to
Right.
like,
True.
oh, this is going to happen. It's like the show that you're involving yourself with, like the series, And then,
Right.
okay, we have week 1, we have this week. Oh, this player got injured. Now we have a bye week. Now we need to rest, but we're getting better. We're getting worse. We traded a player. We signed a player. We blah, 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 blah. Right.
Right.
And then at the end of the day, you got the playoffs, you lost. So now you need
True.
to let it go. It's like it's
Let
a
it
good
go.
lesson though, Don't because you get your hopes up every time, and you're destroyed. And
Yeah.
then it's the ultimate test. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
The Vikings have never won a Super Bowl.
No, never. I think they've been in a couple Super Bowls in the past, a long time ago, probably before I was born, or
Wow.
maybe I don't know, but they've never won. Yeah. So
What they had a good team one year a long time ago. What were they called? The Purple People Eaters, right?
yeah, I think so.
I
Yeah.
don't know what year that was. That was a while ago. Yeah, it was maybe the
Yeah.
80s. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we're lucky we've won 6 Super Bowls, so
Yeah. That's a lot different.
that's a lot.
But it's good. Yeah.
We've won more Super Bowls than any other team. Maybe the Patriots have 6. Oh, yeah. So yeah, we've had our glory days. This isn't one of them. But anyway.
Yeah. It's all ego play anyway.
Yeah,
So.
it's all ego, right? You're not on the field. You're not on the team. You don't own the team, so who cares,
Yeah. And even if you are, you see them players, they don't look happy. They're so like hyper competitive that I don't
Right.
know, like how can they really be satisfied with anything? You know, it's sort of like the ego child energy, you know, like this is
True.
mine, I'm the best. Like you're the worst, I'm gonna beat you. You know, it's like that sort of energy, and that's kind of lower consciousness. So I just noticed this when watching with a little bit more presence, you know,
True.
than I had before. It's like, oh, they're really like missing the point, you know.
Yeah.
So like you should play to have fun or whatever, and
Right.
you know, not flip off the referee if he gives you a bad call or something, like Anthony
Yeah.
Edwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, but it's funny. So. Mhm. And yeah, they're getting paid millions of dollars. It's like, bro, you care that
Yeah,
you lose a game? Come on.
that's
Yeah.
Why
true.
don't you just
Yeah.
enjoy it? You get to get
It's,
paid to play a game. Like, you can't enjoy that or what? Oh
yeah.
man.
Just enjoy it.
Yeah. So I feel like people that are professional athletes maybe are not all right in the head sometimes. Not everyone, but I mean, to be that competitive, that doesn't seem like a balanced state to me. So, but maybe
Yeah.
some of them can do the dance, right? They know like, okay, now I'm here and now I'm outside of the game, so I can be a normal person. But yeah, I don't know. So
Yeah.
now I just offended all professional athletes. So
Yeah, they're coming after you.
Uh,
so,
who cares
oh
what they
man.
think anyway?
Yeah.
You know, they're not in your family. They don't put food on your table. They're not important. You know.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, are we talked out or?
What are we at? 4 hours. All right.
Yeah,
So
4 hours exactly.
we're
Nice.
doing better.
Yeah, I'm
When
alright,
Brian's
but
here, we always go a
Yeah, we
little
do better.
longer.
yeah, that was what my wife was telling me. I was like, oh, they only went 3 hours. That's because you weren't there. You
Yeah,
talked too
we
Yeah.
much.
need you.
Talk too much, Brian. You never talk enough. never,
Uh,
never enough.
uh, Blabbermouth.
I don't know. We all work together.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good.
So
Like when there's more people too, it's even better because
yeah,
I feel more conscious if I'm not talking as much. I mean, if it feels good to let it out, but it also feels
Yeah,
good to listen, you know,
yeah.
and
True.
really it feels better to listen if you can relax into it. So yeah. Mm,
yeah. I was happy Mariana. She had some questions too. So hopefully more people start asking
sure.
questions on the chat.
We answered all her questions, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Good.
she wanted to know about the Egypt pyramids and let me see, scroll up.
Anchor what, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, some of our members like Cal, Mariana, Tesla Pat, they prefer the YouTube, which is okay. It's fine. It's good too. You know, we appreciate that too.
yeah,
Or if you want to be on StreamYard, it's great too.
yeah.
And
No
if
rules.
you would like to join us here at the Kriya Yoga School, the website is there. And if you would like to be on screen, it's open to all of our members. And if you don't, well, you'll have a private YouTube link for our classes and satsangs and yagnifiers and all of the techniques we're talking about are in our classroom. So be the best yogi you could be.
Yeah.
And if
Oh,
you don't want to subscribe to our school, but you want to see our YouTube, we every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have our live satsang here at the Kriya Yoga School. So feel free to ask whatever questions you want. We're open book, you know.
Mm. I feel like that's a great opportunity to get out of your mind with the Yagna because it's like there's a literal fire
yeah,
True.
literally burning what Dev put on the paper for me. You know, and
Yeah.
it becomes really grounded and concrete. It's not like I'm imagining in meditation there's a
Right,
fire.
right.
yeah.
There's literally a
It's
fire right here.
True.
Okay.
And you
Okay.
see your request burn in the fire physically in real
Yeah.
time, you know. I if
Yeah.
you say it public, I say it over the air. If you say it private, I say it internally, and so
Yeah.
You
We're not
you
we're not
see
using
it go up in
CGI
smoke.
or something like this. This is a real
It's
fire.
real
It's
fake.
reality. Like boom, yeah. And it's a good
Yeah,
symbolism for this school. The school is real. What you feel is real, if you do it the right way, if you do it wholeheartedly. So
true. All right. Well,
Yeah,
well put.
yeah, like
I guess we could wrap up our
yeah,
29th live weekly satsang.
yeah.
So, if you resonate with Kriya Yoga, join the Kriya Yoga School. We'd love to have you. We have a uplifting community. But if you like our YouTube satsangs, you're welcome to join us on YouTube every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So with that, I'll say, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.